Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Uguiles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now move on to celebrations. Ms. Cooper?
Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, families, and Durham community. Each month, we have the wonderful opportunity to celebrate the successes and achievements of DPS students and staff. Tonight, make our district a place of pride and progress. These student and staff accomplishments not only shape DPS today, but will have an impact on our district for years to come. We begin with our Student of the Month, followed by a formal introduction to our 2024-25 Principal of the Year. We will recognize our Teacher and Employee of the Month and close with Spark Pen presentations. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lamont Dixon, Principal of Durham School of Technology, for our Student of the Month presentation.
Great evening, board, Superintendent Lewis, fellow DPS staff and guests. Special thanks to the Office of Public Affairs, Ms. Sheena Cooper, Ms. Crystal Roberts, and Mr. Tony Cunningham for your commitment to capturing the great things in our district. DPS is a wonderful place with outstanding students. And I am honored to present one of Durham School of Technology's own, Ms. Paz Rivera Rios. A senior at our school, I remember my first observation of Paz. She was quiet, unassuming, and a very sweet-spirited young lady, and she still is. Paz has always demonstrated a commitment to her academics. She currently maintains a 4.0 weighted grade point average. She is dual enrolled with us in Durham Tech and is scheduled to graduate in May with her high school diploma and her associate's degree. You know, when I try to get Paz to tell me where she's going to college next year, you know, she plays this kind of cat and mouse game with me. She won't tell me. And then what I'll get from her is, well, Paz, what are your top 3 choices? And I still get nothing from her, right? Her teachers describe her as a jewel, and she is highly respected by her peers. We've had many conversations in my office, as Paz is the only student in my entire career I know that will schedule a meeting with me with a full agenda with multiple talking points. Paz is engaging, she's funny, and she loves her school. Without further delay, please receive Ms. Paz Rivera Rios.
Come forward, Paz. Congratulations. It was wonderful to hear all of those great things about you. And we know that whatever you decide to do, whatever those top 3 choices are, we know that you will land at the best place for you and you will continue to shine. We have a few things that we'd like to present to you tonight. First, your official DPS Student of the Month certificate. Next, we have a DPS Spark Pin. We hope that you wear this proudly because you exemplify the very best in DPS, and we want the rest of the world to know that as well. Our friends from Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are set up for success. So tonight they are presenting you with a laptop. Please join me in welcoming Matt Sears, Chief of Partnerships for the DPS Foundation, for yet another special presentation for PATS.
Good evening. At the Durham Public Schools Foundation, we know that a well-funded public school can make all the difference in a student's life, giving them a strong community and a bright future. That's why DPS Foundation brings together organizations and people who are ready to do whatever it takes to support our students and champion our public schools. We are honored to support the DPS Student of the Month program and pleased to share that we'll be awarding each of them a $500 gift card along with some additional goodies from DPSF. We hope this gift card brings joy, allows you to pursue your interest, and speeds you on toward a bright future.
Right, so I had a few words to share, like kind of a prepared speech. Is that okay? Okay, wait. Because you know I like to be prepared. As I'm sure y'all have gathered through this so far. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paz Victoria Rivera Rios. I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be recognized as Durham School of Technology Student of the Month. As a current senior at DST, I have grown a lot over the past 4 years. DST has offered us a unique learning experience through a tight-knit community of 217 students. With the largest FBLA chapter within DPS, led by a dear friend of mine, Kaylin Myers, and an involved student government led by me, we strive to create a one-of-a-kind community for our school. A recent example of my growth is through my leadership in SGA. With the help of my officers, Vice President Joanna Sotocampa and Secretary Kiera Ross, as well as my advisors with Ms. Wilson, who is in here in the back, and Ms. Hunter, I have learned that being a leader is less about amplifying my own voice and more about helping others use and find and use theirs. I have also learned valuable organization skills through dual enrollment while being on track to, as mentioned previously, earn my associates in arts by spring of 2025. This brings me to my life plan. My goal is to attend one of the following, Mr. Dixon is finally gonna learn, 3 colleges, either Queen's University of Charlotte, Elon University, or UNC Greensboro. I plan to double major in political science and communication and hope to continue building my community and helping my peers find their voice. Lastly, I would like to thank a few important people in my life. My mom for teaching me how to be passionate and showing me the importance of advocating for myself, hence many meetings with Mr. Dixon. My dad for showing me how to still pursue what I love, even if it's not my main focus in life at the time. My stepdad, who is in the back, for always being there for me, even though he is very willing to call me out when necessary. And my favorite principal, Mr. Dixon, who has made my SGA endeavors possible. Thank you.
I know we have some very eager board members and a superintendent who would like to congratulate you. Please step forward, shake their hands, and pose for a photo. Please welcome the DPS Foundation back for another special presentation.
Good evening again. The DPS Foundation is partnering with DPS to honor alumni whose lives were shaped by their time in Durham Public Schools and the educators and staff that nurtured them. I am proud to introduce Rachel Griffin, our DPS Alumni of the Month for October. Rachel was born and raised right here in Durham and attended several DPS schools, including Forest View Elementary, Oak Grove Elementary, Neal Middle School, and Shepherd Middle School before graduating from Hillside High School in 2008. She went on to earn her undergraduate degree from UNC Greensboro and recently completed her master's in school counseling from Liberty University in 2022. Today, Rachel serves as an elementary school counselor at our own Eno Valley Elementary, where she is passionate about giving back to the community that shaped her. In addition to a gift card and a basket of goodies from DPSF, Rachel is being awarded a DPS Spark pin. Learn more about Rachel on our website and visit bullcityschools.org/alumni to share your DPS story and/or to nominate an alum to do the same. Rachel, congratulations.
Our second student of the month from Hillside High School is unable to be here with us tonight due to a prior commitment, but we will ensure that she is recognized at a future meeting. Earlier this month, Durham Public Schools announced Dr. Teresa McGowan as the 2024-25 Principal of the Year. During an ambush celebration at Lakeview School. Board members and district leaders were all in on the surprise and welcomed Dr. McGowan into a gym of cheering students and staff. Tonight, we introduce her to the entire DPS community as our Principal of the Year. A 29-year education veteran, Dr. McGowan has been a fierce leader within DPS and Lakeview School. She's a leader who removes barriers to student success and leads with love and compassion for each student. During the 2023-24 school year, Lakeview earned a succeeding designation on the state's Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System. This achievement is largely due to Dr. McGowan's approach to instructional excellence at Lakeview School, as she has focused on creating personalized support systems for students, which has resulted in significant academic improvements. Under her leadership and collaborative approach, Lakeview has seen an increase in the number of credits earned, with many students getting back on track to graduate on time. Dr. McGowan will represent Durham Public Schools in the Regional Principal of the Year competition, and we wish her well as her story of excellence unfolds. Again, congratulations, Dr. McGowan, 2024-25 Principal of the Year. We have a special presentation. The gifts keep coming. Yes, ma'am. Please step forward. Tonight, you receive a nameplate as the official DPS Principal of the Year and a DPS Spark pin. Please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to present our Teacher and Employee of the Month.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, and cabinet members. Today is the day we celebrate our Teacher and Employee of the Month. Every month, a teacher and employee who is a non-teacher is nominated for Teacher and Employee of the Month. These individuals exemplify greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership, and they are nominated based off of the theme of that month. This is a great way to celebrate our employees. They feel so honored when they are recognized for their hard work and dedication to their profession. This evening, we're going to recognize our October Teacher and Employee of the Month. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis team, the Tau chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. And our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. For our October Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is selflessness. This is the individual who has the tendency to regard the well-being of others as more important than one's own well-being. This individual is always patient, kind, humble, and often seeks to assist and help others. We're going to recognize our teacher first, then our employee. Our October Teacher of the Month is Wanema Jackson from Moorhead Montessori School. She also received a surprise from North Carolina Central's tennis team on yesterday. Yes. So Miss Jackson's first, second, third grade teacher from Moorhead Montessori School. Mr. Steketee stated that when he thinks about Moorhead and the vast change it has undergone over the past several years, he cannot help but acknowledge Miss Jackson's steadfast commitment to our students and community. She was one of the only few to endure the pandemic, a change in administration, and countless new colleagues, and she has been a beacon in our community, putting in the work day after day, year after year. Mr. Steketee feels that Ms. Jackson's put in great work, excellent Montessori-based teaching, and learning that resonates with every student. When Ms. Jackson is observed, she engages with a wide range of diverse learners, no matter how small or great the challenge in Lloyd Elementary. She shows up, patient as ever. When others may have called the office for assistance when there are repeatedly challenging behaviors, Ms. Jackson tries everything imaginable to have productive engagement with her students, and she stresses over every last detail to ensure my day and her students' day goes as smoothly as possible. Ms. Jackson gives her students a voice in the classroom, which provides a healthy environment for her students. Students show her respect because she respects them. She makes it a point to intentionally reach every student and do this with the patience of a saint, rarely deviating from the calm, quiet presence that permeates throughout the classroom. Mr. Steketee, in his short time at Moorhead, Ms. Jackson's classroom culture is a topic of many positive conversations with families and parents. Her students adore her in all the right ways, and many look forward to being here and love the learning environment she has created for them. Moorhead is truly fortunate to have Ms. Jackson as a teacher and a leader in our community. Congratulations to Wanema Jackson for being named Durham Public School October Teacher of the Month, and we will have words from Coach Lawson as well.
Good evening, everyone. First, we would like to thank Principal Steketee for recognizing Ms. Jackson's selfless service to her students at Moorhead Montessori. Yesterday, our women's tennis team did surprise Ms. Jackson, and hopefully she enjoyed that. And this evening, on behalf of DCL Consulting LLC, we'd like to present her with a small token, also recognizing her excellence.
So she does receive a Spark pen and a bag of goodies.
And thank you very much. I feel very honored. Thank you so much.
Okay, good, okay. All right, our October Employee of the Month is Mr. Horace Fields, lead custodian at Eno Valley Elementary School. Dr. Wright, principal of Eno Valley Elementary School, said that Mr. Fields makes the school building run smoothly every day. He ensures everyone has a clean space, supplies, and all the things to make their day happen. There is no deed too large or too small for him. Mr. Fields is willing to do anything for the school. It amazes us all on how soon as he is called, he makes it happen, and he does it without one complaint. Mr. Fields celebrates everyone. He usually remembers everyone's birthday and buys them lunch. He ensures that the school's upkeep is always first and takes his role very seriously in all aspects. Mr. Fields puts Eno Valley to the top of his list every day and serves us and the staff selflessly. There will be no Eno without Mr. Fields' daily sacrifices. So congratulations to Mr. Horace Fields for being named Durham Public Schools October Employee of the Month, and he will receive a plaque, a Spark pen, and a bag of goodies.
This evening, we present Spark Pins to two invaluable DPS staff members who have utilized their skills and abilities to improve the district for students and staff. Dr. Rita Rathbone, Durham Public Schools Magnet Specialist, is an essential part of Team DPS, and her leadership and expertise have been pivotal in shaping the district's educational offerings. Known for her extensive knowledge of school choice, magnet programs, and her tireless commitment to student success, Dr. Rathbone consistently demonstrates a deep passion for advancing equitable educational opportunities. Her hard work and dedication to the mission of our district have been evident in every aspect of her role. A shining example of her impact is the recent $11 million grant she secured. 11.4. Thank you for the correction, Dr. Rathbone. $11.4 million grant she secured from the U.S. Department of Education, which will be instrumental in supporting the district's Growing Together initiative for secondary schools. This initiative is designed to enhance student experiences, increase access to innovative learning pathways, and provide critical resources to support educational excellence. Dr. Rathbone's forward-thinking approach and steadfast commitment to the students, families, and educators of Durham Public Schools have been integral to driving meaningful progress and ensuring that our district continues to offer dynamic, inclusive, and enriching educational opportunities for all. Congratulations, Dr. Rathbone. Our next recipient truly represents the meaning of igniting limitless potential. This may come as a surprise to them tonight, but it is no surprise to Durham Public Schools. Eduardo Garcia began working for DPS 1 year ago. He's totally taken by surprise right now. Began working for DPS 1 year ago in the licensure department. He had no previous experience in human resources, but he had a willingness to learn. He hit the ground running and hasn't looked back, tackling tall tasks in the process. For the last 5 weeks, he has been the only licensure specialist in human resources, assisting over 2,300 educators across DPS. He has been reviewing transcripts for new employees, working with existing employees, meeting with employees without appointments, applying for new employee licenses, following up with existing employees for steps on experience, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And he does everything, most importantly, with a smile. His work ethic, his positive energy, and his loyalty and dedication to his job are so motivating. Some of the words educators have emailed the department or called to describe Mr. Garcia include helpful, patient, kind, caring, like an angel, and a true blessing. On the most challenging days, Mr. Garcia never complains. He is about finding the solution, and he is never about extending the problem. Every organization needs an Eduardo Garcia. He is a true role model to his family, and DPS is fortunate to have him. We see you, Mr. Garcia, and we appreciate everything you do. Congratulations. This concludes our celebrations this evening.
The next item on our agenda is the superintendent update.
Awesome. Thank you. Again, congratulations to all the honorees this evening. That's why we do what we do, and it's who we do it with, the amazing staff that we have here in this district. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, DPS community. A lot has happened since our last board meeting that I want to share and highlight as it relates to additional support and enhancements to learning for our scholars. Next slide. As you just heard, I think she's already gone. But Durham Public Schools has been awarded a Department of Education grant that will provide, say it with me, $11.4 million over 5 years to support some of the most significant budgetary items for the Growing Together plan. Now, this grant proposal was made in collaboration with the Growing Together team, leaders of the funded schools, and district leaders in multiple departments to include career and technical education, arts, curriculum and instruction, and operations. This grant is significant and will allow us to implement the Growing Together for our secondary schools with fidelity. And again, I know she's gone, but I want to again thank, I was calling her the the $11 million lady, so I'm gonna correct that, the $11.4 million lady, Dr. Rita Rathbone, again, for her leadership in spearheading this grant process. Next slide. October is National Principals Month, and we are so fortunate here in DPS to have outstanding school leaders who are committed to our scholars and educators. So I want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of our extraordinary leaders who guide our schools with unwavering dedication. Their leadership ensures that our mission is more than just words. It becomes a lived reality in every classroom, every single day. And I often say that typically schools tend to take on the personalities of those that are leading them. And so we are so thankful for all of our leaders, and thank you for your commitment to our students, staff, and community. Next slide. Since it is October Principals Month, it is only fitting that we announced our 24-25 Principal of the Year. So again, congratulations to Dr. Teresa McGowan of Lakeview School. You already heard some of the incredible work that she has done just a few moments ago. And it was certainly an honor to be at Lakeview a few weeks ago to make that special presentation to this outstanding lifelong educator. And Dr. McGowan, being the true principal that she is and is well aware of things that are going on in her building, she kind of looked on the cameras and say, hey, what are all those people going in the gym for? And made her way down there. And so we know that Dr. McGowan will definitely represent DPS well as she moves on to the regionals for the State Principal of the Year honors. Next slide. October is also National Bullying Prevention Month. This is a time for us to come together as a community to promote kindness, inclusion, and respect in all of our schools and all of our departments. Bullying has no place in our schools, and DPS is certainly committed to fostering a safe environment for all of our scholars. And so again, I would encourage, I know our educators do a great job of building relationships with students, but also parents. This is just a reminder to have those conversations with our children at home. Oftentimes as parents, we ask a simple question, how was your day? And we get the one-word answer, good. But taking those questions a little step farther in terms of who did you sit by at lunch today can open up the walls of communication that they can share some things with you. What were some things that made you smile today? What were some things that made you sad? And they may begin to share with you if they are indeed being bullied. But we do encourage our scholars, if you feel you are being bullied, please make sure you share that with an adult in your building. Next slide. We also recognize and celebrate the contributions of the LGBTQ plus IA community to our society in October, as this is LGBTQIA History Month. And so as a district, we are dedicated to fostering an inclusive environment for all of our students and staff to ensure that they feel seen, respected, and valued for who they are. And by embracing diversity, we continue to build a school culture that supports equity and encourages understanding for everyone. Next slide. On Tuesday, we welcome more than 2,200 eighth graders from across the district to Accelerate. And this is a career exploration event exclusively for DPS eighth grade students. No other eighth graders in the community can take part of this unless you're a DPS student. So more than 50 businesses from Durham and the Triangle participated in the event at the Durham County Stadium, showcasing careers from a variety of industries and sectors. And we know that eighth grade is critical for students as they begin to explore pathways and continue what they want to be in life. And so as they think about what high school they want to go to, what path they want to potentially pursue, this is an amazing opportunity for them. Additionally, some of our high schoolers were in attendance to engage students. Our new early college, Durham Early College of Health and Sciences was present as well to welcome the first cohort of scholars that are beginning August 2025. So this was an amazing event. Kudos to our staff for putting this together, just phenomenal weather. And oftentimes, even when some of our students get to college, they still end up changing their majors. But so the earlier that we are able to expose them to these careers, this was just a huge ignite in terms of igniting the limitless potential in all of our scholars. So kudos to our staff for putting this amazing event on. Next slide. On Wednesday, DPS welcomed Congresswoman Valerie Foushee and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Michael Regan to Southern School of Energy and Sustainability to celebrate DPS being awarded a $15 million Clean Bus School Bus Program. This was a grant for electric school buses and infrastructure. This investment reinforces our commitment to sustainable practices and ensures DPS as a leader in clean transportation in the state. And we are definitely a leader. We have the most number of buses coming. We have 38 buses coming. So that's number one. We're leading the state there. And so a lot school districts around the country will, state and country will be watching how we, roll this out, literally roll this out. We look forward to receiving those buses, which will have a positive impact on our students, our staff, and our community. So kudos to all that were involved with writing this grant. Next slide. While Murray-Massenburg Elementary has been serving students since August, we had the honor to celebrate the building dedication and ribbon cutting earlier this month. The school is already having a profound impact on the community, and we look forward to seeing the amazing things that our scholars will accomplish at Murray-Massenburg. DPS is growing, and we are putting our bond dollars to use. Tomorrow, we break ground on the Glenn Elementary renovation, and just 2 weeks later, we will begin to break ground on the new Durham School of the Arts. So thank you to all the board members that attended those events as well. Next slides. Regional meetings kick off next week for our Growing Together student reassignment plan for our middle schools and high schools. Encourage families to attend the events in their region so that they can best understand the changes of the school boundaries and programs for our middle schools and high school students that will go into effect next school year. You can visit dpsnc.net for more information. The regional events are also listed on the calendar of events on the DPS's website. Next slide. And finally, it's hard to believe that I'm approaching the 60-day mark as superintendent of Durham Public Schools, but I'm encouraged by the opportunities that exist here in DPS. So far, I've completed 6 listening and learning sessions with 1 remaining on November the 12th, and this is my plug to encourage students to attend that one. We want to fill the school over at Northern with students and adults on November 12th. But I've also had the chance to listen and learn from others, and I have meetings scheduled with employee groups. I'm meeting with all school bus drivers on November the 1st. We actually had a listening and learning session with our Superintendent Student Advisory Council as well. And so these conversations have been rich and informative, and I appreciate the honesty from all attendees in terms of sharing with us the concerns, the aspirations, and the celebrations that we should be proud of. Look forward to sharing these findings in my post-entry plan at the conclusion of my first 100 days. And so thank you to each of all of our students, staff that participated and who have engaged in this process. Definitely has been incredibly beneficial, eye-opening, kind of reminded me of why Durham Public Schools is what it is in terms of providing opportunities for scholars, in terms of the offerings that we provide, but also eye-opening from the standpoint of identifying those areas that we can do a better job of and definitely become that premier district in the country. So thank you again to those that have attended those. And as a reminder, November 12th at Northern High School at 6:30 will be the final session of the listening and learning. And what I have been sharing is that listening and learning doesn't just happen during the first 100 days. It will continue. So also be on the lookout for more forums that are more geared towards specific topics. The next one will be a school safety forum, but more to come on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval. Before we make that motion, I'd like to acknowledge that our colleague, Joy Harrell Goff, is under the weather and is not present tonight. So we wish her the best and hope she feels better soon and are conducting the business of the district. At this time, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we move item 4C, the options to address 24-25 transportation service shortage, to our November 7th work session. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to move item 4B. Is that right? I'm sorry, 4C, options to address the 24-25 transportation service shortage on November 7th agenda. All those in favor,
Discussion.
or is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
We might be saying the same thing, Ms. Chavez, but I'm curious. I know a lot of people are interested in this topic tonight and would love to know if you could share a little bit about why we want to make this move to the November session, work session.
We want to make sure that we have adequate information and adequate appropriate staff members making the presentations and answering the questions that the board has sent. And hope that that can come to fruition on November 7th.
Thank you.
That was my question.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of moving transportation update to November 7th, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. It passes unanimously, 6-0.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of the agenda as amended. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. It also passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the regular monthly meeting minutes from September 26th, 2024. Ms. Carter-Otten.
There are a few errors in the minutes, some of which are minor and some of which are substantial. And in particular around the exact wording of the motions that were made regarding the meet and confer policy. So I would like to make a motion to have this brought back to us at our November 7th work session after the errors are corrected.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter-Otten, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to bring the September 26, 2024 meeting minutes back to our work session on November 7th for correction. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. It also passes unanimously for us to bring back the minutes from September 26, 24 on November 7th. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. So a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 2 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage with a discussion with speakers. We will listen carefully and consider your comments. Our first speaker tonight is Nikki Nicole Miles, followed by Laura Schwark.
Good evening. I am Nikki Nicole Miles, a parent of an exceptional student at Hope Valley Elementary and of a student at Rogershurst Middle School. I currently serve as the chair of Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children. We extend greetings and appreciation to Superintendent Dr. Lewis, Chair and Vice Chair Millicent Rogers and Jessica Carter-Otten, Board of Education members, and the EC Department for the acknowledgement and upcoming reading of the proclamation for the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children in recognition of Disability History and Awareness Month, October 2024. In our district, Disability History Awareness Month raises awareness of the contributions of people with disabilities and the academic and non-academic related issues they face. It also helps to break down misconceptions and stereotypes about people with disabilities, which can lead to more positive attitudes and impactful behaviors. People with disabilities deserve to live full, self-determined lives, just like everyone else, yet discrimination persists. We encourage our district to spotlight inspiring stories in October and beyond that show what's possible with inclusion. We charge Durham Public Schools to continue to learn about the disability experience, dig deeper to create a better understanding, provide instruction on disability history and awareness in our schools, uphold the principles of inclusion, fairness, and justice, provide inclusive environments that encourage creative problem solving, accessible infrastructure, and technology in all of our schools. What benefits individuals with disabilities often benefits everyone. And most importantly, take action. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Laura Schwark. I'm a Durham resident and have 2 children at Creekside Elementary. I'm here today to talk about transportation, which I was glad to see on the agenda, but I guess not. Initially, my advocacy started because of inconsistencies that were inconvenient for myself and my family. But with the ongoing issues, I've begun to realize that while minor for me, are major for other families and families that are more vulnerable. The lack of sufficient transportation means that children aren't getting to and from school. They're not getting their free breakfasts and free lunches. And it doesn't help advance the North Carolina's education goal of eliminating opportunity gaps by 2027. It only increases those gaps. For those children living in homeless shelters, they already have many inconsistencies in their lives. This only adds to more consistencies where school could be a consistent thing in their life. I volunteer at Families Moving Forward in Durham, and several of the families there aren't getting their children to or from school because they don't have a way to do so. At our school, when the message goes out that there's no bus, children leave early, and so they miss half a day. Other children are left until late evening, 5 or 6. Out of the 6 buses that run for our school, 2 of them go to more vulnerable communities. And so those are the children that probably need the buses more. I would urge that Durham reroute the buses to address those vulnerable communities now. I looked at the slide deck, and while it's well intended, it's for something for more than 6 months from now. But what is DPS doing right now to address transportation Monday, October 28th? What's your crisis plan? You know, the principals are doing the best at all of their schools, but they need help from the greater DPS to prevent disruptions and gaps in learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie McDonald, Lenore Champion. Oh, I'm sorry, Lois Murphy is before Katie McDonald. I apologize. Thank you, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Lois Murphy. I'm a private citizen of Durham County, and I'm also a longtime employee. I'm here tonight because my pay is not right. And I have been waiting, sitting back patiently waiting, only to be cast down to a grade grade NC 09. I do 3 distinct jobs. I manage the CEUs for the entire district. I do building management. Where I work is the meeting hub for Durham Public Schools. I also do admin work. So I'm not sure why I was lowered down to an NC 09, because that's like for office support, where my job does more than office support. I've sent countless emails with no response. No one has ever contacted me to talk about my job description before a study, and now I see that there's another review. As an employee, I am very frustrated. As a private citizen, it's laughable to me that we continue to have to go through this. And again, now it's another process because I understand that the compensation email is going to be shut down, and then we got to resort back to sending another email via Google. I don't understand that. I also am here to ask some questions regarding voices of employees who do not want to be a member of DAE. What is our avenue to voice our concerns? We have concerns, and there are a lot of us. I want to say that Durham Public Schools is middle and top heavy. That's where the money is being drained from the budget. You have
Thank you. Katie McDonald, Lenore Champion, Sarah Rodriguez.
I'm Katie. I had a lot planned, but if you had listened to Michael Payek in January of 2023, you would not be facing these transportation issues that you are now. He stood before you with data and financials and forecasted this transportation issue. He went to his board rep and said, I'm worried about this, and he gave her all the information. And you know what they said to him? I trust them. I trust they know what they're doing. We are not DPS. You are DPS. I also saw another teacher from Moorhead address all of these systemic issues surrounding our public Montessori schools, and she ended with, I quote, "I hope the Growing Together initiative plan includes consulting at the school level as they build new and refresh old magnet programs. I hope district leaders value and learn the programs and not just put the name on Montessori IB or dual language on the school sign. We have no equity of voice in Durham. We are not DPS. You are DPS. If you visited any Facebook parent group, you'll see the countless posts that say, no one's responding to me. They're not talking about the teachers or the principals. They're talking about the first 2 pages of Durham's hierarchy. We've rebranded and rezoned our school districts. Why don't we start with answering our emails first? Would you keep your child at a district where you were unseen and unheard? Vanilla Ice said it best. You need to stop, collaborate, and listen.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent. This is Lenore Champion, lead occupational therapist for Durham Public Schools. I want to offer 3 words: responsible, equity, and retention. Responsible. Our DPS OT team shows up for their students and have been showing up and assuming competence in their students despite uncertainties around their pay during the past 10 months. And I'm here to advocate for them and our classified colleagues. So many of us have had questions about our paychecks, emailing, asking, getting no responses. Equity. We've heard from some EC colleagues that they're going to get their EC supplements, including master's pay. Great. We are glad about that. However, many occupational therapy and physical therapy practitioners have master's degrees. These therapists only work with EC students. What about getting supplements for OTs and PTs too? Why are some EC staff left out? Retention. Please take time to check salary schedules from surrounding districts. We're likely to lose highly qualified and experienced staff to those districts because our salaries here are lacking. It's not just occupational therapy staff that need stability with their pay, but other classified staff do as well. And finally, I bring greetings from my physical therapy colleague, Christy Clem, who couldn't be here tonight.
Sarah Rodriguez, Avery O'Brien, Eddie McClernon.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Rodriguez, and I am one of the leaders of the Sunrise Hub at Durham School of the Arts. The Sunrise Movement is a national campaign for climate action that was started in 2017 in an effort to pass Green New Deal legislation on a national level. Since its founding, numerous hubs have been established in an attempt to raise awareness and pass policy on a local level, including hubs in our direct community like DSA, the City of Durham, and UNC Sunrise. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Beyer and Mr. Tab for responding to my email last week. In this email, we mentioned the kind of grassroots action that I described earlier and how school districts have immense power and obligation to shape climate response in local communities. We believe that Durham Public School District has a responsibility to protect students' safety and rights in the context of changing climate. These rights include having access to safe and clean school buildings, nutrition and sustainable lunches, pathways to green jobs for high school graduates, climate disaster plans, and climate curriculum to help empower our students towards climate-conscious decisions and change. At DSA, we are beginning to have conversations with students about climate advocacy in schools, see what these 5 values mean to them, and what change they would like to see in an attempt to uphold these values. We come to you to try to prioritize this conversation on the district level and see what implementations of these values could look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Avery O'Brien, Eddie McClernon, Aiden Mendoza.
Good evening. My name is Avery O'Brien. I am a junior at Durham School of the Arts, and I'm here representing the leadership of the DSA Sunrise Hub. DSA is right down the road, and it has been for many years. It is an old and rundown building, which means that it frequently experiences technical difficulties. We are only a quarter of the way through our school year, and we've already experienced various issues with our utilities at the school. For example, there was a fire at one of the students' desks in a classroom right by where I was. A student plugged in their Chromebook and the outlet sparked, and everybody had to evacuate the buildings. We were outside for more than an hour. It was really hot and nobody brought their water with them. When we were let back into the buildings, it was still smoky, and so we were all ordered to relocate to the gym, and we remained there for the rest of the day. This year, we have been told to ignore the fire alarm system periodically throughout the year, as it had been being worked on to deal with malfunctions with the system. Throughout my time at DSA and throughout our time at DSA, we have experienced frequent issues with the HVAC system and frequent power outages. This often leads to us missing school for extended periods of time. For example, one year there was a power outage that meant that we were out of school for up to a week. We know that DSA is fortunate enough to be moving campuses, which means that we are fortunate enough to be having new utilities put in place to help with the systems that we have, but we also know that DSA is not the only school facing these issues. I often hear friends at other schools complaining that they're experiencing the same problems. Student safety at schools should be one of, if not the highest priority for the district. The Sunrise Movement is here to demand safe and clean schools for all students in the district. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Edie. I'm a junior at Durham School of the Arts, and I am a leader of the Sunrise Hub at Durham School of the Arts. One of the most pressing issues, that is personally affecting the students of Durham Public Schools is the amount of school that we are missing. I'm sure we all know as the climate crisis increases, weather becomes more dangerous and fluctuates more drastically. This means that us students are missing more and more days of school due to increasingly dangerous weather. My parents, who both work, had to take time off to take care of my siblings and I because school had been canceled. Unfortunately, this is not an option for other families, yet they are forced into this position time and time again. Another issue with missing school is that some families rely on free lunches and breakfasts provided by the schools to feed their children. When school is closed because of bad weather, then those children cannot be fed. This is just one of the many examples of the effects of the climate crisis on schools and students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aiden, and I'm a junior at DSA and a leader for Sunrise Club. For years, we've had poor water quality in Durham schools that affect us as students because we have to walk farther to different buildings just for clean drinking water, which also takes up valuable class time, which we could be learning. When I was in 8th grade, we had water fountains that would dispense water that was dirty, not clear, and was white in color. We had to walk to farther to different buildings just to drink clean drinking water. Last year, when middle schoolers from our school had to walk from the middle school building to different high school buildings, just because they didn't have access to clean drinking water and bathrooms were cut off too, because water was just not accessible to them. Now, this should never be an issue because our students should always have access to clean drinking water and bathrooms. I would like to see a change for better water quality and availability for our students, because access to clean water and bathrooms are essential for students to learn and stay hydrated. And we can also not have students spending valuable learning time just to go find clean drinking water. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Owen Ambrose, Megan DeLuca, Ann Fields.
Hello, my name is Owen Ambrose. I am also a junior at DSA, and I am a leader at our Sunrise Hub. At my elementary school, George Watts Montessori, I witnessed a significant issue: runoff and erosion from the school playground. Living just down the street, I saw firsthand the amounts of polluted water flowing down our curb, which would then go on to pollute Ellerby Creek, a tributary of the Neuse River. For obvious reasons, this was a serious problem. Recognizing that these issues were not being addressed, parents, including my own, took it upon themselves to find a solution. The project involved building rain gardens, planting grasses and shrubs, and adding storm drains. With support from organizations like the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association, we were able to dramatically reduce the amount of runoff from our playground. While this project was a success, we believe that addressing such environmental changes should not fall solely on parents and outside organizations. We, as the Sunrise Movement, believe that you, as the Durham Public School Board, have a responsibility to support both your students' futures and the health of our environment. We understand that these issues can be complex, but we hope to work together to secure a greener future for Durham Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
My name is Megan DeLuca. I'm here because of the transportation shortage. Every day I see city buses driving around Durham advertising a starting pay of $19.65 an hour. That's 22 cents an hour more than our school bus drivers start out making. Driving our kids to school is more important and harder than driving adults. How can we expect to recruit and retain qualified school bus drivers if there's an easier, better paying job right next door? As a parent of a kindergartner, I'm highly invested in the long-term sustainability of our school system. And when our school county faces a crisis like this, it's the most vulnerable kids that get left behind. The solutions that are proposed in the slide deck are, at worst, just out of touch. Like the idea of a 1.5-mile walking zone for kindergarten, first and second grade kids is bananas if you've ever walked with a 5-year-old. And, you know, at best, they're just too small. We need to pay school bus drivers well enough that they're gonna come and stick around. I know this is another like budget demand in a tight budget, but if we can't even get kids to school, you know, what else are we doing here?
Ann Fields, Riley Finnegan, Christy Patterson.
If you're wondering what a 5-year-old looks like, this is a 5-year-old. Where's my bus? Durham Public Schools and School Board, where's my bus? I'm the parent of a brand new kindergartner. Both myself and my partner work full-time. As you can see, childcare isn't always available when one of us is working and we also have another child to consider when looking at our morning routine. I originally signed her up for the bus in both the morning and afternoon. However, the bus would have picked her up at 6:15 in the morning with school starting an hour and a half later. This was preposterous to me and we had resources to do something different. However, in the past few weeks, we have had a number of days where I've been told around noon that there isn't a school bus to take her from school to her after-school care location. I don't know how anyone has thought it's okay to alert parents in the middle of the day that the plan they had for their child to safely be transported is no longer available. She has also arrived at after-school destination almost 2 hours after the end of school. My daughter has told me multiple times that her neck hurts after the hour-plus long trip she takes on the bus. That's not even including the time waiting for the bus to come or do another route before taking her. I understand there's a national bus driver shortage, and I also understand how simple math works. If we provide work environments and pay that supports people's livelihoods, there will be people to do hard work. I also understand that it has been an issue for many, many years, and what I don't understand is why there isn't a reasonable solution being presented. I come here this evening with an extreme amount of privilege to be able to figure out different options, even at the last minute to keep my child safe. Privilege to have a car that would even get me here and a job that ends at 5. I want you to put yourself in the position of a parent. Thank you.
Riley Finnegan, Christy Patterson, Gidger Mahajan.
Evening, great to see everybody. I'm Riley Finnegan, member organizer with DAE, the Public School Staff Union, and ceding the rest of my time to our Vice President, Christy Patterson.
Ryan Kelleher with DAE, and I'm ceding my time to Christy Patterson.
Good evening. Good evening. Excuse my sinus cold. I'm trying to get over one. As public school work, I'm Christy Patterson, EC Special Programs Teacher at Carrington Middle School, and I am currently serving as the DAE Vice President. As public school workers, our jobs are already hard enough. Our students need more support than ever as life continues to get harder and more expensive for working families. The attacks on our public schools from billionaire privatizers and their allies in Raleigh are more aggressive than ever. As a union, we are doing everything we possibly can to defend our schools against those attacks and to stop the exodus of our coworkers, all on top of everything we do to nurture our students at work every day. Dr. Lewis, board members, we have so many avoidable, solvable problems in DPS already this year, and a real meet and confer policy on wide range of topics that impact our working conditions would help with every one of these problems. Just to name a few, cafeteria workers are extremely frustrated because of top-down decisions to rapidly change the entire menu. This has added tons of extra work while staffing has decreased. Essential equipment like ovens, steamers, and ice boxes have been broken for years with work orders that go unaddressed. And many of these new recipes have ingredients staff can't actually get. Most child nutrition service workers are working every minute of the day to produce these meals with no break from the moment they clock in to the moment they clock out. Transportation is in crisis and it's affecting all of our students because of driver vacancies and because of absurd routes that make no sense and make drivers and students late before they've even started. The routes are being spit out by some computer system that is not intuitive and having them drive all over town, sometimes passing students on the way and having to come back, so they're late. Drivers are working late and long hours, and they're feeling really stressed out. Once again, DPS is responding with top-down solutions that do nothing to address the deeper problem. Staff retention. Why can't you keep drivers working in the district? Question mark. To know, you have to ask them, and then you have to have the courage to listen and empower those workers when they tell you about the disrespect and favoritism that they have to put up with. The powerlessness, excuse me, they feel when they are mistreated by a supervisor, the frustration when they have to drive 20 minutes across town in between routes, or when they're supposed to drop kids off in an unsafe stop, or when there are behavior issues on the bus and they receive no support. OTs, PTs, and other EC service providers like SLPs are confused about their pay and overwhelmed by their workloads after months of asking for budget transparency and clarity. Social workers and other social-based employees are feeling misled and angry after being needlessly left out of the restoration of master's pay, restoration of master pay. Morale is extremely low because these are self-inflicted problems and workers do not feel like management respects us enough or values our ideas enough to actually address these things. Thousands of DPS workers and parents have told that it is time to recognize our basic rights as workers to have a union voice. And we don't want a policy that will limit our formal voice to only pay and compensation. Yes, okay, those issues are important to workers, but there are so many more other topics that impact our working conditions and students' learning conditions that we could collaborate to improve. Many of them for free. Let's finish creating a meet and confer policy that will actually allow us to effectively collaborate to solve problems and improve our working conditions and our students' learning conditions, just like workers get to do in Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, and so many other states. You have the legal power to do it, and Durham needs you to do it now. Thank you. Have a good evening.
My apologies, colleagues. Ryan's name was on the list. There was a cross out and I skipped that line. I apologize, Ryan. Girja Mahajan.
Good evening. My name is Girja Mahajan. I have 2 kids at EKPO. As of Thursday, October 24th, nearly 2 months into the traditional school year, Durham Public Schools continues to have significant operational failures in core services like payroll, transportation, and facilities. This is unacceptable, but not unsurprising, because on multiple occasions, hundreds, perhaps thousands of students, staff, and parents have seen firsthand the deliberate indifference of senior leadership of this school system and the school board. Deliberate indifference to changing elementary school start times without coordinating more after-school capacity to meet increased demand. Deliberate indifference to family and staff appeals for more clear communication and simple policies around student redistricting. Deliberate indifference to local taxpayer concerns about the astronomical costs of new school building projects. Deliberate indifference to the harmful building conditions that some of our staff and students experience on a daily basis. Deliberate indifference to the poorly designed and even more poorly managed transportation system that results in absurdly early pickup times for some and extremely late arrivals for others. We are fed up with your deliberate indifference to providing our children with a sound and basic education, a right guaranteed in the North Carolina Constitution. In closed session, your school system attorney might reassure you that the central office staff and the board hasn't demonstrated deliberate indifference. And I agree, it's just that gross incompetence isn't a legal definition established in North Carolina education law.
Lauren Sartain, Kristen Southworth.
Hi, my name's Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent. In early 2022, this board passed the school start time policy with the goal of making busing more efficient. The details of how this would actually work on the ground in schools, particularly when working parents cannot pick up their kids at 2:15 every day, were unknown at the time of the vote. Yet 2 current board members voted in favor of that policy. Well, what happened? Busing is clearly not better, and there is a continued aftercare staffing crisis due to increasing demand. In early 2023, this board again passed the school choice expansion policy that converted half of the district's elementary schools into magnet schools. This policy again had a goal of making buses more efficient somehow. The community raised so many questions about the implementation of the proposed policy, yet 3 of the current sitting board members voted in favor. So what happened? Compared to last year, this district had 5,000 additional bus requests with no changes in student enrollment. At the last board meeting, board member Carter Otten asked a reasonable question: what are the district's recommendations for addressing the bus crisis? We were supposed to hear about these proposed tactics tonight, and when you do eventually hear them, please ask, what will implementing this look like for students and families? What is it going to look like for employees? Your policy decisions have actual impact, and that impact may differ from your intent. Sadly, though, every day can't be full of ribbon cuttings and accolades. We need accountability and ownership too. Who's going to take responsibility for the policy and the implementation choices that have gotten us into this bus crisis, among many other crises? Superintendent Lewis, we're looking at you. Who are you going to hold accountable? Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Lewis. I emailed you all earlier with a lovely slide deck related to issues around students with disabilities and dyslexia. So I came here 2 weeks ago and began kind of talking about some of the issues around dyslexia, students with disabilities. And so I just wanted to continue bringing that to your attention. I know you have so many important issues at hand, whether that is buses, after school care, but I want to continue to remind you about the importance of literacy and our students here in DPS and the impacts to those students. A lot of these issues go back to just implementation. So we actually have a lot of really good things already working here in our favor. The science of reading, which is great and really moving towards being able to teach all of our students how to read. However, it is not just a letters training. It means having decodable books in every classroom, ensuring that all teachers are trained to be able to do differentiation instruction. One other thing that's really important in this is to think about the impacts that it has. Schools face so many challenges that they have to deal with that are outside of learning. And I hate that that is the case. But literacy is one that's in your wheelhouse. So this is great news. It is something that can be addressed and fixed. All students can learn to read. And I just want to say to you, Superintendent Lewis, I love the fact that I hear that you believe that too when you call all of our students scholars. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing the work you do in this area.
And that concludes general public comment. Thank you all. Colleagues, we're at our consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A, B, C, and D.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion? I'd like to just share, thank you to the school treasurers. The list is showing up on our consent agenda for approval per our policy. They often go unthanked, And I am just very appreciative of the work that they're doing on the school level, as I know my colleagues are as well. And we count them in the number of educators that support our district. So thank you. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children Disability Awareness Month proclamation. Dr. Bell?
Good evening, Board Chair, Dr. Lewis, board members. I'm here tonight to request that you reread the Disability Awareness Proclamation that was first written and presented to the school board about 3 years ago by the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children, at that time called the Durham Special Needs Advisory Council. And I know we have a couple members here with us tonight. I know more folks from the group wanted to be here, so hopefully they're watching on YouTube or will watch this later. But really want to thank them for the work of elevating this and making it come to light and bringing it each year to you for rereading and reposting. So I think I turn it over to you to review and reread.
Thank you. Colleagues? We're gonna read the resolution or proclamation, I apologize. Ms. Chavez, will you start us off and we'll move up left to right?
Whereas the General Assembly of North Carolina ratified Senate Bill 753, designating the month of October as Disability History and Awareness Month and requiring local boards of education to provide instruction on disability history and awareness, and
whereas over 15% of Durham Public Whereas Durham Public Schools and our community partners believe in the importance of highlighting the achievements and contributions of individuals with disabilities and acknowledge that unjust societal barriers and aptitudes keep some individuals from realizing their full potential at school, work, home, and or in their communities, and
whereas over 15% of Durham Public School students in preschool through high school are identified as having a disability as defined by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and
whereas antiquated attitudes and beliefs of disability as a weakness or as a categorization that systemically defines and confines a person as less capable, less deserving, or simply less than must be eliminated. And
whereas progress has been made over the decades to advance disability rights, there's a recognized shift to also embrace disability justice, which provides a framework that articulates an expectation of difference in disability, identity, and culture, embracing the impact of intersectionality and the collective's need for independence. And
whereas disability history education must include the events and stories of injustice, segregation, and oppression, as well as the advancements made over time, and disability awareness must include acceptance and authentic inclusion, not mere tolerance. And
whereas prioritizing an open, inclusive district and school environment is critical to adopting and implementing equitable best practices to acknowledge and support the strengths and talents of students with disabilities, as well as to meet their educational needs, and
whereas inclusive classroom settings, equitable access to resources, and the recruitment and retention of high-quality staff benefits all students with disabilities, and
whereas instructing all students in disability history and awareness promotes an inclusive and welcoming school community and can improve the lives of all students by deconstructing barriers created and sustained by ableism, discrimination, and ignorance while building connection, communication, and collaboration between students regardless or perhaps because of their differences. And
Whereas Durham Public Schools recognizes and celebrates the value and talents that people with disabilities add to our workplaces and communities.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby proclaim October 2024 Disability History and Awareness Month for Durham Public Schools and recommends that all schools implement programs and special activities to instruct all students on disability history and awareness, and
Be it further resolved that the Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas to acknowledge Disability Awareness Month and use resources that are inclusive of all of our diverse learners. And
Be it further resolved that the Board of Education calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe Disability History and Awareness Month and advance efforts to support and advocate for individuals with disabilities.
Special acknowledgement is extended to the Emerge Pediatric Therapy Educational Children Assistance Center, ECAC, Autism Society of North Carolina, Durham County Library, and Durham County Cooperative Extension for serving as initial co-creators of this proclamation in October 2021.
This 24th day of October 2024.
Thanks all, colleagues. Is there a motion?
so I would move that this board approve the proclamation prepared by Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children for Disability History and Awareness Month.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Tabb, to approve the proclamation presented from the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children for Disability Awareness Month. Is there any discussion? Ms. Byer?
Just a special shout out to our group of parents and advocates that meet. And a note that I have on my calendar is that October 29th at 6:30, am I getting that right? Yes. At the Staff Development Center will be the next meeting. I know that they welcome other parents and educators, community members to join in that conversation. It is an active and robust conversation for all of our students. So thank you for your work, and thank you to Dr. Bell for your leadership and for the whole team of our educators that wrap around our students every day, not just in October. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
It's okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda are updates from Growing Together. Dr. Pittman?
Good evening. So good evening, Board Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis, and members of the board. We are pleased to bring to you this evening our update so far on Growing Together. As you know, we launched this in July of 2024, but there was a promise of an update in October, and that is what we are going to bring our progress to date. With me this evening and presenting will be Dr. Linda Tagurian, our Executive Director of Curriculum, Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, as well as Kristen Brookshire, our lead school planner. So on the next slide, what we plan to do is a quick dusting off of the why behind the Growing Together work, and then we will go into updates on equity, access, and growth by design, as well as a brief update on the work underway and that has been accomplished through the social and emotional support for families in transition and students transition. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is our familiar graphic. If we start in the lower right-hand corner, you'll remember much of this work. This is a 5-year culmination and celebration of work in many regards of a lot of people and a lot of community engagement, but mostly around looking at the growth of our neighborhoods and residential growth and the amazing growth of downtown Durham and the need and the impact it was having on over and under crowded schools and the impact it was having on diversity across our district. Part of this work also included looking and making sure that we increased access to our application programs, given to the high demand of applications submitted and the limited seating that we could honor of those seeking those slots. Going around the circle, the complexity of rules around our old policies and procedures was something we wanted to look at and try to simplify as best we could, and to look at some of the long bus rides that were the resulting from few application programs and families living across the community and experiencing long bus rides to get to those programs. And rounding out the circle at the top, the final equity of access was all around ensuring that pre-K was more accessible to more families across all of our schools, that EC was aligned and placed in places that made most sense for children and families, and that our program alignment from K-12 across our program application schools was better streamlined. So on the next slide, this summarizes the main work around growth, diversity, equity, and access, and the growing together, recognizing that this is an interconnected project that brought together our school district, our Durham community, all around these 4 key goals and interconnected strategies. Tonight, you're going to hear about the progress to date on the regions and the updated boundaries. Going to the green box, we're going to lift up the number of application seats and programs that have resulted of this work. We will give an update on strengthening the work that's happened around the arts, global languages and STEM instruction, and finally, the alignment of feeder patterns and EC and pre-K programming. So on the next slide, this is how we organized our work, and this is here with intention. This work was very complex, and so we organized around academic programs, student transitions, human resources, professional development, student assignment and operations, and community engagement. And if I may, many of the members of this work group are with us tonight. Some have been from the start of the journey, and some have been included along the way. But if I may we invite the work teams to please stand and be recognized by the board, those that are here with us this evening. Thank you for your work. Thank you. And so the next slide, please. Can't brag on this enough, but as the board is aware, Durham is getting national recognition for this work. As recognized by the U.S. Department of Education, we've heard a lot about the work and the leadership of Dr. Rita Rathbone. It can't be lauded enough. She was a major driver of this grant in collaboration with Karen Beckett's in our Office of Grants Administration, as well as other departments in school planning, student assignment, and school leadership. This grant will help us to eliminate and reduce a minority group isolation. The $11.54 million is across 5 years. And again, you can see the programs that will be targeted through Southern School of Energy and Sustainability and the School for Creative Studies, as well as the transition and support work of Little River and Lucas Middle into a magnet program. The Bridges Collaborative, we wanted to mention, this is an application that we have submitted, and we are now part of a collaborative, which is a national initiative from the Century Foundation that connects urban school systems together to provide, so that we can provide technical resources and support all around school desegregation work. It connects us with like-minded districts, supporting efforts for desegregation and integrating schools. So wanted to lift that up to the board and give a shout out again to the leadership of Dr. Rathbone in effecting that. At this time, I'd like to invite to the podium Dr. Linda Tagurian, who will provide an update on equity by design around all schools are great schools. Dr. Tagurian?
Good evening, Dr. Lewis and members of the board. You can move ahead on the slides. One more too. Great. I have the honor of sharing the updates on 3 initiatives that have impacted each of our elementary schools. The first you see here is Everyday STEM by Design. Beginning in February 2024, we began training all schools. So we've had a team that has gone and done professional development at each of our elementary schools, sharing this new design framework and helping teachers embrace it for use in instruction. We worked with a teacher advisory group in this effort, and they have helped us design the second in our series, which we're currently in the process of implementing. And I just want to pause to acknowledge the leadership of our Director of Math and Science, Liz Moffett, in this work. Next slide. And next, I'd like to share an update about elementary global languages. Similarly, as part of Growing Together, we now have weekly Spanish classes in all of our elementary schools. Establishing this program involved hiring 26 brand new global languages teachers, and it's particularly exciting because they come from diverse backgrounds from at least 12 different countries. And we have been involved in both professional development and developing curriculum maps and preparing instructional materials for these classes. And here I'd like to pause and acknowledge the leadership of Victor Geraldo, who serves as our coordinator of DLI and global languages. He's in the room tonight. Next slide, please. The third of these initiatives is the expansion of arts education programs, again, to all of our elementary schools, making sure that we have both visual and performing arts programs at all of our elementary schools. The project here involved inventorying all of the materials that were available to support the arts at all of the schools, and then adding equipment where it was needed, things like risers, kilns, mallet instruments, and digital pianos. And also very exciting project to have art, visual and performing arts at all of our schools. And I do want to acknowledge the leadership here of Les Turner, who is our Director of Arts. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Pittman.
Thank you, Dr. Gregorian, and you can go to the next slide, please. So now we want to spend just a few minutes giving an update on the program access. And so if we go to this slide, indeed, the application programs are a major tenet of what we wanted to accomplish with Growing Together, increasing access and adding more seats, and placing those program access seats in neighborhoods closer to families as well. So beginning this year, we've offered an increase in equitable access to programs in elementary schools through the assignment and organization in 5 regions within our county. There are expanded offerings for International Baccalaureate, Montessori, dual language immersion, and year-round programs. And so to just talk through a particular examples, families access a particular program for their region. For example, an International Baccalaureate family that would live in the northern, central, or eastern region would apply if they were interested in International Baccalaureate education. Their assignment school they would apply to is EK Poe. However, if you're interested in International Baccalaureate and you live in the Southwest or Southeast, your application would be for Burton. Next slide, please. So let's look at some preliminary data of how this played out for our lottery last spring to launch for the students' assignments this year. We had 19% of elementary student families of our total population applied for a DPS lottery or application program for this school year, compared to 13% last year. Of those who applied, we were able to give 77% of those students their first choice seat, compared to what we were able to do the year before of 62%. And our year-round metric is quite compelling. 3,498 students are participating in a year-round calendar education, compared to 1,786 the year before. And this is a result, of course, we've opened a year-round school in each of the regions, and you'll remember, so that's 5 schools. We also have our centrally located year-round school, W.G. Pearson, which is open access to all throughout the community, should they choose a more centrally located year-round school. And we held harmless and sustained the year-round program at Holt. And those programs, while we have 7 year-round offerings, the 5 in the regions are open to application. Next slide, please. So just want to touch on the implementation of each of the special programs. Under the leadership of Victor Geraldo, again, welcome, our DLI and Global Language Coordinator, we've expanded the DLI program from 3 schools to 7 that are now located in position throughout the district, 1 in each of the 5 regions. We've launched an integrated curriculum with a strong focus on biliteracy instruction, which empowers students to excel in both languages, English and Spanish. There are 3 full-time DLI specialists that are dedicated to supporting the programs and ensuring that implementation is done with fidelity and continued growth and success in the program. Next slide, please. For Montessori, Little River has opened 11 classrooms, 7 of which serve the primary years or a multi-age combination of pre-KK, 4 of which are serving lower elementary, grades 1, 2, and 3. For the training, the Montessori training is being provided in collaboration with the American Montessori Society, which is an accredited training center in North Carolina. All of these logistics have been under the leadership of Dr. Rita Rathbone. Again, she's been working with the center. The training sessions are provided during our contract time. So historically, teachers have had to leave in the summertime for 2 weeks, leave their families, go away out of town, out of state for the training. Under Dr. Rathbone, we've been able to provide the training in-house at Little River to mitigate, to lower that need of travel, of course. And teachers are being paid a $5,000 stipend to complete that training of 150 hours of additional work. For the staffing, the district does provide a magnet coordinator who is serving as the Montessori instructional coach on site at Little River. In addition, their MTSS coordinator and the EC facilitator is fully participating in the training to ensure that Montessori principals are supported. The district did provide instruction and has provided instructional materials and furniture that was selected in consultation with the training team and the Little River faculty and staff leadership team. And the curriculum work has been a journey of starts and mid-course corrections. Some of the curriculum work began and was put on pause. And recently I've heard strong input from the faculty saying we need the alignment of the North Carolina Standard Course of Study with Montessori principles. And Dr. Rathbone, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Kenji Bass, our new Director of Magnet Programs, has started with us. He's several weeks old, but he has pushed in full throttle and has met with the leadership team at Little River. We've met with the faculty, and we are mid-course correcting on redesigning curriculum documents for the faculty, so they are going to have what they need. And Dr. Tagurian is a big part of that work as well in her curriculum team. All right, next slide, please. And finally, the International Baccalaureate Program implementation, at EKPO in particular, since they are launching, they are completing the requirements to become a fully certified International Baccalaureate school, effective 25-26. This is the year of implementation and work and site visits by the International Baccalaureate organization. 82% of staff have completed the required training. The International Baccalaureate organization does not specify the exact percentage of what would be required for an IB team school to be fully certified, but we have 82% and is well above a critical mass of half. So we're pleased about that, and we'll continue to support the school, but all grade levels are creating and using the IB interdisciplinary units. And you can see that science and social studies instruction has been incorporated with a greater literacy focus. This photo is the picture of EKPO's fence. It has multiple international flags and has received great accolades from across the community that's lifting up and supporting global, the appearance of global instruction and reflection of a global focus for our school. So we wanted to share that with you all as well. So at this time, I'd like to invite Kristen Brookshire to the podium to talk us through some of the impacts around pre-K, our capacity and enrollment.
Evening, board member, Superintendent Lewis. Next slide, please.
All right, so to pause for a moment on the heading here, growth by design. As Dr. Pittman mentioned, growing together was about more choice, seats closer to home, and right-sizing our schools, among other goals. But it was also about planning for and preserving suitable space for art, music, pre-K, and EC specialized programs. Next slide, please. So this slide is about seats and fitting students and schools together. The term we use for that is utilization. I just wanted to recap that briefly. So you'll see the equation in the middle there. The top is enrolled students. And so enrolled students come to a school by attending from the boundary through the application lottery or through transfers. And classroom and school capacities are based on, moving to the bottom of the slide, classroom capacities, sorry. So capacities are based on brick and mortar rooms, our legislation that governs class size, art and music spaces, and a number of EC and pre-K classes that are proportional to the size of the school and with a regional access lens as well. So, and there are also differences when it comes to capacity for some of our academic programs, like Montessori and like DLI. So next slide, please. This slide shows the number of planning for pre-K along with improved access to EC specialized programs was a building block of growing together. For the 24-25 school year, our work was focused on moving existing pre-K classes, mostly EC pre-K classes, for improved regional access and for either continuing or completing continuums so that students had a greater chance of staying at the same school all the way through 5th grade. Based on their EC specialized program. So most of the work in 24-25 was about moves and alignment in addition to the pre-K rooms that opened at Murray-Massenburg. Next slide, please. This slide shows the number of physical classroom spaces by program type that we have planned for. Dr. Pittman delivered a very good presentation to the joint Board of Education, Board of County Commissioners meeting in August, walking through the different considerations for one-time and recurring costs related to expansion. This slide is about the spaces that we've planned for, but of course there are many more costs that come with expanding our pre-K programming in Durham County. Next slide, please. So the next 6 slides show enrollment and utilization for the past school year. And enrollment and utilization for this school year as of day 20. So the numbers from last year are day 40, which are the official numbers, and then we have a preliminary look here using day 20 numbers. You'll also see planned capacity on this table, which is the 3rd column. I'd just like to point out that that's different than maximum capacity, and it's different from the number of seats that might still be available at a school in mobile units. Of course, it's still our intention to retire mobile units across the district, but during this transitional time, as the dust is settling, those seats are available at some schools still. So I won't narrate each table today, going through all of the columns. We did want to make sure that members of the board and the public could see the schools by region. But the big picture is that, you know, in the past, DPS had big boundaries and full schools in the east, an area of county that's anticipating and currently experiencing rapid residential growth. So boundaries were intentionally drawn to create capacity in the east, and that meant swinging students towards central and southwest, also with Murray-Massenburg opening. So these fluctuations were anticipated. I can click through or ask for each of the slides to come through here for us if we want to just pause on each one briefly. All right, so the central region is shown right now. Next slide, please. This is the north region. Then you'll see 23-24 enrollment and utilization in the middle, and then on the right, you'll see what we have for today in terms of enrollment and utilization as of day 20. Next slide. The east region. Next slide, please. Southwest. Next slide. Southeast. And lastly, our district-wide program. So students from across the district can apply to attend W.G. Pearson or the Ignite Online Academy. Thank you. Dr. Pittman?
Now we're going to wrap up with the next slide on the social and emotional supports that we have provided as we have implemented Growing Together. So as we go to the next slide on weeks of welcome, as you know, the implementation teams really invested and worked closely with school leadership and the school enrollment teams to plan and provide for intentionality around welcome activities. The weeks of welcome aim to provide students and family with an opportunity to learn about their new school zone while fostering new connections with their fellow students and parents. So you can see on the slide the types of activities. Many of the schools reached out to their new families coming in and invited them to their family science nights or to their musical concerts in the spring or their family fun days so that the new families could begin to integrate and be incorporated and welcomed genuinely into their new school community. And on the next slide, our student support services team worked intentionally as well, building on the social emotional learning curriculum that is available in our schools, working with the social worker, school counselors, doing lessons with students on successful transitions. And on this slide is a letter. We lift it up. It's just precious. It's a letter written by a student, a fellow student, welcoming a new peer student, and it says, "Welcome to Spring Valley. Spring Valley is a great elementary school. You'll have a great time. The teachers are so nice. There'll be lots of friends to make, and I hope you'll have a great time here," with a nice illustration of a smile and a wink. But those are the sort of soft touches that were throughout our district in multiple ways of our receiving schools reaching out to our families to welcome them into the news community. So in closing, to summarize, we are well on our way with accomplishing many of the goals of Growing Together. It looks like we have increased enrollment. We have successfully adjusted our elementary boundaries. We've expanded our program offerings. We've expanded seat access for application programs. We have increased our pre-K programming and brought it to more campuses. And as we are beginning to launch into secondary Growing Together, that alignment with the middle school and high school feeder patterns and offering EC more regionally accessible for our students and families. So we are on our way to diversity, equity, access as we embrace growth. But that concludes our summary and update on implementation for elementary.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Holly. Mr. Tab.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Question about the IB program for the elementary school. I know that the IB program does not specify how many teachers needs to be trained, right?
The critical mass, the number, yes.
Right. So so right now we're at 82%. Are we trying to go to 100%, or what is the threshold there in terms of where we're going to stop or?
Right. Part of what we're also doing is looking at the vertical alignment too of the two elementaries now, Burton and Poe, feeding into Shepherd and Hillside, and that vertical alignment of training also will be underway. The Montessori, we're due for a site visit, as we are in compliance with what the International Baccalaureate Association provides, our goal is to train everyone in the school and complete their exposure to the training. And I think everyone has to do that. As far as the certification level, we may need, I might need Dr. Rathbone to get up to share a little bit more about that, or we could follow up.
Okay. So my follow-up to the question as well would be, if we are training, Durham Public Schools is paying for the training, what is the incentive to hold these teachers so that they don't leave the district?
Yeah, it's a good question. We have discussed that at length, and at this point, we don't have any contractual obligations received from the teachers.
Ms. Byer.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the public comments that were made tonight and the stress that some of our families are experiencing, and not to gloss over that at all. We have asked a lot of our community, but I also want to have a moment of reflection and celebration. because what this board did, and when I say this board, I mean this board, and I also mean Minnie Fort Brown, Steve Unruh, Xavier Kaysen, Fred Raven, Javanya Lewis, Alexandra Valladares, Matt Sears, Mike Lee. I remember everybody? We've been at this a very long time. It started with actual summer retreats 5, 6, 7 years ago, listing our shared values, our values for equity and inclusion and integrated schools and representative visioning and dreams. And we brought so many, we asked you all to do the impossible. We asked our staff to do what hasn't been done and hasn't worked. Dr. King says yes. I mean, yes. We asked a really hard thing for our school communities, for our teachers, for our principals, because we were leaning into shared values that we hold in Durham of we have let this go too long. We need to set this right. We are still underfunded by the General Assembly and have K-3 class size laws that are unfunded mandates. We still have cuts and things that aren't paid for by the General Assembly that students deserve. But we added to our neighborhood schools while we expanded choice. And that's an effort that I think deserves leaning into, about where we've come from, and it's because of where we want to go together. We named it Growing Together because it is this community's values that shape this plan. Does it mean that it's easy right now for a lot of, it's not. It's not. Do all the frustrations about transportation belong on this? No, because this is actually supposed to make transportation efficiencies, and it will. Those will be realized. What we've done is this board legacied in 4th and 5th graders to try to minimize disruptions for families. We wrestled and asked staff to wrestle with some really tough things. And I just want to acknowledge the Department of Education grant. I've been here 15 years. We've applied and not gotten those before. That
Correct.
is significant and the result of significant work by staff to dream with us and to do hard work. I don't think I have questions. I think the data is starting to show the beginning of this work, and this is work that we know will take years to actually reveal kind of fully. It's just a quick peek at the first year of implementation. But I appreciate just all that we've brought together and all that we still have to do, both in the elementary and as we approach secondary. We asked you all to have 100 meetings all over town. You did. Like, y'all have done hard things on top of existing hard work. And I just wanted to just express gratitude. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer, on behalf of the team. Thank you very much.
Ms. Chavez?
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, and the whole team for all of your work. It's yeah, it's pretty tremendous, the work that you have done. I know that we're still, ironing some things out, but I am hearing about, different experiences that people are having. So, and also I just want to acknowledge that you can see, as well in the numbers, the racial diversity changing in some of our schools. So it's a huge undertaking. I wanted to particularly say I liked the teacher advisory group with STEM by Design. That's the kind of collaboration that I think we are very excited to see, and hope we'll only see more of as we continue this work. I also want to appreciate the intentionality around transitions. That was something that the board was particularly desiring of, as we heard so many different public comments about concerns with transition. So thank you for those, all those personal touches. I have two questions. I apologize for not sending them in advance. Um, but, and then one other comment, I think. But one, I just wanted to ask, I know that there was mention about if we might have recommendations for boundary changes. Are you bringing any recommendations, or will you? Do you intend to bring any recommendations for boundary changes regarding growing together in the near future?
So at this time, no,
Okay.
not for this year at all.
Okay.
We're too early in the project.
Okay, okay, sounds good. Thank you for that. And then, my second, question, also just an observation and looking at the numbers in the different regions. The Eastern region is the only region in which every single, school, capacity percentage went down. I was wondering if you had some thoughts about why that is. I know, I mean, we have charter school growth in the area in Durham in general. Our, yeah, do you have any thoughts about why that is?
Certainly, and I can invite Ms. Brookshire back, but you'll keep in mind that is one of our heavily growing areas too. And so it is now positioning us to absorb some of those new residential developments and that very exploding side of town. We'll be able to absorb those. I do know I've heard Mr. Palmer reference the need, we're going to need more schools, but right now, at least in the short term, we have space capacity. And I'll turn my eyes back to Ms. Brookshire to see if that feels appropriate.
Well, yes, there is a lot of growth in that area. So I will just say, I hope we continue to be intentional to reaching out to families in that area who are moving into that area, either within Durham, from another area in Durham or other places, so that we can really develop that relationship with Durham Public Schools early on. I know you're working on that, but just want to say that. The other comment I wanted to make was around Spanish language classes. Some feedback that I heard and will just share is that with teachers, as you acknowledge, coming from different backgrounds, there may be Spanish language that is not the same, or there may be some vocabulary that is not the same as what students in our school system learn at home, because there are obviously different Spanishes. And so most of our students are of Mexican or Central American ancestry. And so I just want to acknowledge that. If you want to speak to that at all, that's great. But I certainly am interested in making sure that our Spanish classes feel culturally affirming for our students, for our Latina students, and that it's an experience that validates their home language and culture. And of course, there can be acknowledgement that there are different words for different things from different parts of Latin America. But there can be sort of a power differential between different people of different Latin American backgrounds. And so I want to acknowledge that as we think about further developing that part of our curriculum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want an acknowledgement?
Only if you have comments, but mostly I'm just passing that on. So
Sure.
if you want to say anything to it, that's great. But if not,
No pressure. No pressure.
I'm not prepared to, but if we need a response, we can seek Mr. Geraldo to either provide it at a future
He did
time.
move. That's why we're kind of
Did he
like,
start to?
Yeah.
I'm comfortable if you all would like him to come forward and
Thank you.
to help us with that.
Afternoon, board members. We are very aware of the cultural diversity of our Spanish curriculum. Our maps are embedded with different cultural backgrounds, and our curriculum that we just get embedded in our maps have that process as well. So we are very aware of that because it's our first year. We need to obviously do more work on that. But thank you for the acknowledgement. We are aware of those processes as well.
Thank you for all your work in that part of our curriculum.
Ms. Umstead, and then Ms. Carter Otten.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, and to the team that's here tonight. And I know so many team members who are hopefully at home, maybe watching or maybe not watching, who work on this. I think that includes our school-based staff members who've been doing a lot of work, as well as everything from, your finance, your grants coordinators, all the different folks that are working on this project. It's a really large undertaking. And when you started naming all those board members, Ms. Byers, like, wow, we have been working on this for a while. I'm really excited to see the expansion of the pre-K programs and want to continue to hear more about that. I think I would love for a follow-up presentation for us to hear more about the EC programs and how Growing Together has helped us shift and regionalize and add programs.
Okay.
I know when we originally talked about this a while ago, that was an exciting thing for me to hear about, and the intentionality around that. So I would love to have a future presentation there. I'm so excited that our students are having access to language and STEAM and arts education. I know as I, in my work, get to visit other school districts, oftentimes those are potential decisions made by principals, and some may have it and some may not. And so it's amazing to hear that here that's going to be a standard in all of our elementary schools. I would also like my questions are more follow-ups. So I'll just say that to start with. But enrollment in the DLI program, some data on that enrollment. This question was similar to Ms. Chavez's, but just thinking about, I know we want to evaluate continually, but when's the recommendation of, okay, we've been doing this for this many years. This is the trends we're seeing. Here are recommendations for shifts. And I believe that might have been shared in the past, but I think it might be helpful anytime we have this presentation to remind us when are the checkpoints that we might need to make changes.
Okay.
And then two last comments. One, I think the fiscal implications of Growing Together. I know we used some, I think Mackenzie Scott funds. We also had local funds and put a lot of different pieces together to get this project started. That also means at some point we need to make sure we have some secured funds consistently, because we know that grant funds don't last forever. So would love to hear just a future presentation on how we're thinking multi-year about how we fully implement the program onto our budget. Sorry, and this is my last follow-up question or thought. And I know middle and high school is coming, but I am want us to also just be thinking about, this is maybe tied to the capacity conversations and building as we're increasing students who are in elementary schools. What does that mean for our middle schools and our high schools? We know we're trying to, with the changes and where students are assigned, we might see some shifts, but we also know we have schools that are at capacity. And so what that might mean for future capital improvement projects there. But this is really, it's good work. I am disappointed we're not talking about transportation tonight, and understand that was, we could not avoid that. Because I do think when we talked about this originally, having regions and people closer to these programs was something we were feeling would help improve transportation. So looking forward to more conversations. Thank y'all for this presentation. And again, all the work, all the hours of PD, all the trainings. Thank you for hearing about the concerns on Livo River and starting working on those curriculum maps. All of that, I think, is really vital work that we're doing. So thank y'all, I appreciate it. And sorry, that was a lot of follow-ups, but I appreciate it.
We're good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Carter Otten.
Thank you, thank you, thank you again.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One is, it sounds like the feedback from the Little River folks, among others, was really useful for y'all. And I'm wondering, from a broader perspective, to what extent are y'all and how are you soliciting feedback routinely from schools, especially those that have new, like the new IB programs, new Montessori, new DLI, but also just, all schools were impacted by growing together. So how are we learning from the administrators at the schools and the staff at the schools about how things are feeling and going and how we can better support them? Question one.
Well, one of the big commitments that we've made is staying connected and working closely, particularly with the new implementation teams and programs, and that has helped immensely. We will need to be continually in support of the all of the implementation work that's happened this year, and particularly as we're launching into secondary. The Showcase of Schools is coming up November 23rd, I believe, and so we will have, is that right, team? Saturday, the 23rd. Come, NCCU, student and center, the Student Union Center. But
It's not the
important,
union, right? It's not the union, it's the student center.
the student
two different
center,
buildings.
the student center.
The
Thank you.
Student center, they're two different buildings.
But to your point, staying connected with how it's really playing out in the schools, I will say some of that is bubbling up through the listening and learning tours of the superintendent's work. Families are sharing some of their experiences as well as staff, but that's an area we will be paying close attention to. So thank you for lifting that up.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. I also, it's very helpful to get the presentation tonight, so thank you for providing it and to all those who contributed. And I'm wondering and this is following up on my colleague, Ms. Umstead's questions too, but with what frequency do you think would be appropriate for the board to be getting updates on growing together? Like what's ideal for you, and what kind of information do you think we should expect to receive at each of the updates on what's being done and what like preliminary outcomes of the work that's being done?
So we will come as frequently as you wish. However, the major milestones, this is October. We launched in July. So we're a few months into the implementation and really wanted to give the board a pulse check of how things are going. It seems to me at the end of this year, it would make tremendous sense to look. I know that the free and reduced lunch, not free and reduced lunch, there's a special to help me. It's the ISP data will come out in April, and that's going to be an important metric for us to look at. How are the socioeconomic metrics looking across our schools around Medicaid, Medicare, free, the foster care, the McKinney-Vento families? What is that looking like as far as the diversity in our schools? In some ways, much more so than the equity, the diversity and race ethnicity metric. They're important to monitor, but the diversity of socioeconomic was one of our key metrics we were going to be monitoring. This is a 10-year, long-term, what is it going to look like for our community? And you'll remember the board policy says every 5 years, we will come back to you around boundaries and the policy work. If indeed it looks like we need to come more frequently than that, we certainly will. So I would imagine certainly with the implementation of the $11.4 million magnet grant, there will be annual metrics that we'll be reporting to the federal government. We certainly will want to share those with you before they are released, so you can monitor also how those metrics are playing out for our district.
Thank you. That's very helpful. One last question to give you a break, and because Mr. Geraldo is here, I have a question for you. This is, how are the global language programs being integrated into the DLI classes?
That's a great question. Because we have so it's important to understand that when we're building a program like dual language, it's not just about the language, it's about the content, it's about math, it's about science, it's about all the curriculum together in both languages. So it looks like it's easy, but it's not that easy when you need to really develop all that process from ground zero. With that being said, the teachers have been taught and trained that the DOLI students that are going to the Spanish class has to be in the focus of culture for those classes. Meaning And a student, a kindergarten student that is in a DLI program should not be learning how to say hola because they already know that. So they should be focusing on the cultural side of the program. And our BOF, the Biliteracy Unit Framework, have enough cultural aspects that can be embedded on that. So it would take a while to make sure that we have those pieces in places, but it's being trained by, I train the teachers that are in the DLI programs, that are in Spanish classroom, to make sure that there's a differentiation and scaffolding in those classes when we are teaching for those classes that don't need necessarily just language acquisition. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Lewis.
I do too want to thank the entire team for this and the board, current board members, previous board members for their courageous leadership in doing something this huge. It's definitely a heavy lift that I wasn't here to see in action, but definitely are seeing the fruits of the labor. And anytime you have a lift this large, it's going to impact the entire system. And so I appreciate board member said at the last meeting asking about how transportation has impacted growing together. So yes, when we think about increased riderships and growing together, it has impacted. And so since that last meeting, there's been several things that we've been doing to address transportation. We have our list of current DPS staff that have CDL license, and we will be meeting with them. We are finalizing our list of our dual, I call them dual enrolled employees that may have CDL, that may be, for example, food service workers and drive a bus, looking at ways that and the cost of that for ensuring that they are receiving that highest pay rate the entire time. In addition, there's a current incentive, attendance incentive that's in place for our bus drivers. However, if you are sick for one day, you lose it. So we're looking to see how we can tweak that, because if I'm out one day sick, and I want to take a Friday off, I've already lost the attendance incentive. So what's the incentive for me to keep coming? And also looking at retention, because as was noted earlier, we have quite a few bus drivers that call off. That's a symptom of a more systemic issue in terms of the culture. And so that's why I'm excited to speak personally with all bus drivers next week to really just listen and learn to see there are some things that we can do. And also working with some of our community partners that also have transportation systems like Duke. We've already set up a meeting with them to see how they can serve as a thought partner and help us in that regard. But all of that, when you think about the totality of growing together and the intent around growing together, there's something that many school districts around the country are grappling with. And I think we should be proud that this is a model in terms of how we can provide access to all of our families. And I do want to acknowledge the loss because it's difficult to change schools and change boundaries. But I'd also want to acknowledge the gains in terms of gaining friendships at new schools and new experiences as well. I do want to highlight Peter Lakin, I think is his name, over at Glenn, Mr. Hunt, as I was doing a tour. His STEM class, he's a STEM teacher there. And it was just amazing to see the work that he's doing in his class is a direct extension from the science lessons that are taking place in that classroom. And so if you think about it, most school systems put science on the back burner, but to teach science in the class and then have extended. So obviously there's a high level of planning that takes place there. But to be in a district where it's no longer just library, PE, music, art, the basics, but our standard is now includes those as well as STEM and global language. That's a lot of things that other schools in the area can't compete with, and so that's a huge win for us. And so kudos to all of our STEM teachers, global language teachers as well. And then last piece is that Montessori training. I just want to echo what you shared. The opportunities that our teachers have to receive their AMS training, American Montessori Society training right here in Durham, in our schools, is commendable, because as you mentioned, they typically have to spend enormous amounts of time in the summer in another city. So you think about that cost for travel and hotel, but they're able to receive that training here. So looking forward to continued success of this Growing Together initiative. So thank you.
Dr. Pittman, then go too far.
Don't go too far. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I have a couple questions. Thank you all so much for your hard work, as everybody else has shared. And my apologies for not sending my questions in advance, so you wouldn't have known that I had questions. And like my colleague, Ms. Umstead, I am also disappointed to not be having a transportation conversation, but I did spend my time going to pick up my kid because the bus didn't come instead of sending my questions. So here we are. My question is around student experiences in the programs. Are we collecting any data about student experience if attendance rates are improving because of the programs, or um, anything that the students would be able to give feedback about their conditions and the curriculum and enrollment in the programs?
That's a great question. I know our normal metrics of reaching out to students are through our student surveys, but it could be something, monitoring that attendance, that engagement, that excitement about coming to experience STEM and the arts. That's a wonderful metric we could be considering.
Yeah, I know we would think about that more so about middle school and high school, but I think that
Yeah.
there are ways that elementary school students can express the enjoyment and the ways that they are experiencing school. So that was my first question. And then my second question is about the Montessori. I know you spoke to the Montessori programs and that they're work in progress and the curriculum mapping is happening. I'm really excited about that. I'm glad to hear that that work is beginning or picking back up. What is the experience? Do we have any idea what the experience is for students that were in one of our traditional, already established Montessori programs, what their experiences are like in the new programs? Do parents know whether or not they have a Montessori trained educator in their classroom? Are they actually running the Montessori program at every grade level?
Yeah.
Things of that nature.
So the teachers at Little River have completed the first year of training for the primary years. It's a 2-year training experience, but they are in year 2. Is that right, Dr. Rathbone? And maybe we want to have her come forward. It's a 2-year module. So we began training last year knowing we would launch this year and they would continue. In preparation for next year's launch, we're also training the lower elementary teachers because we're going to be expanding, and the upper L's as well. So maybe I'll let Dr. Rathbone come and talk a little more in depth about the training that's underway.
Good evening. So there actually is a mix of teachers at the school. So there are teachers who are currently in training, and there are teachers who are already trained and experienced and certified. So we have both at the school in those 11 classrooms that are Montessori now. So eventually we are expanding the program. So next year there are more classrooms that will open, particularly so the divisions are primary, lower elementary, and upper elementary. So we will be expanding to a small number of upper elementary classrooms, more lower elementary classrooms. So right now, all the students who are in Montessori rooms, except for the pre-K, so pre-K is by application, of course. So kindergarten are the only students who did not have an option to be in a traditional classroom instead of Montessori. So those students who were legacy students, had been at the school before, et cetera, there is one classroom per grade level for first, second, and third grade that those students' parents could have opted them into for the ones who were in the attendance zone. So kindergarten are the only students who, all those students, and of course pre-K, which was by application only, are all in those rooms. So every single Montessori, every single teacher in a Montessori classroom has at least 150 hours of hands-on training, but they are all still in progress towards their Montessori credential, which is a total of over 300 hours. It's equivalent of a master's degree without a thesis. So it is a tremendous amount of their research papers. It's a lot of work, but there's also a lot of hands-on work. And then most importantly, they have that wraparound support of the staff at their school who is there to coach them, support them, provide them examples, and help them prepare materials, et cetera. So there's a combination of the formal training, because that credential, if they're going to put in the time, we want them to have the opportunity to earn that credential for their own benefit. And so there's formal training, and then of course there is a lot of support from that instructional support team at the school.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I assume that y'all will let us know if you need anything to further support those any of the educators in the new programming. Much appreciation.
Oh, and we really do want to formally thank the board for all of your support through the years, and most especially during this launch of Growing Together and the implementation of the program.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have one question. You have one for Dr. Pittman? Okay, Ms. Byer, go ahead from Dr. Pittman. Mine is a board question.
So much data in this, it's hard to take it all in, but the asterisk on the North region, that the Little River enrollment includes 30 students that are in the 6th through 8th grade. My memory is that we had committed to let those children matriculate together through the middle school. I'm
I
trying to.
think we've sunsetted that. They're no longer there.
Okay. There are 30 students there that are in middle school now that will go, well, okay, that's the old numbers from last year. Got it. Okay, then I don't have a question, but I appreciate it. I was wondering if there was still some work to do in conversation with those families.
Very
but-
good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, as far as I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, we had one request for information, and that's around the enrollment numbers in DLI. Did anybody else make a request for data from administration? Ms. Chavez?
I didn't, but I have an initial request that I'd like to add on, which is the ISP data
Okay.
that will come out in November. Can I request that we receive that?
Can I ask you to phrase that in the form of a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to receive the ISP data by school and by region after it comes out in November.
I
April.
believe it's,
So sorry, got it wrong.
What
Never
about
mind, we'll
the
come back to it.
DLI enrollment numbers?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we receive the DLI enrollment numbers by DLI school. That's what you were asking for, wasn't it? Ms. Umstead, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see a hand up. Clarification on the, yeah.
Can you restate the motion, Ms. Chavez?
I'd like to make a motion that we receive the DLI enrollment numbers by school.
And the ISP.
Oh, and the ISP data by school and by region after it comes out in April. I heard the month wrong originally, but is it too early? to make that
ISP
mo-
data by school, and then how it would look by region. Is that what you
Yes,
share? Yeah,
please.
okay.
Is
May I
there a
also-
second?
Clarification.
Sorry, is there a clarification question?
I had made a note of a request for a board follow-up presentation on the EC program alignment. Did I capture that correctly, or is that something that will be managed differently in this setting?
I did ask for that. I had a couple of different ones. I don't know how you are, if you have additional items on your list.
Nope, those are the 3 items. So you have more, you're asking about the fiscal responsibility in a future presentation, multi-year. You asked for capacity and what that means for future capital improvements. And you also asked, what are the checkpoints for evaluation? And so when I think about the next steps and the things that we are asking administration to put together, I thought that you wanted those in a future presentation. Like at those checkpoints that they were recommending. But are you asking for them separate from those checkpoints?
Yeah, that was a separate kind of bullet point on its own. I think for me, the question around EC pre-K program might be a separate, and I think I'm saying all this, but staff, you all know the right cadence of when to do this. I think a presentation on EC pre-K programs and how we've shifted and what programs have expanded, so we can have just a sense of what has changed since we started the Growing Together program. And it, yeah, okay. And then separately, my question was just around what is the right cadence? And you did answer that a little bit, Dr. Pittman, of every 5 years. We'd be looking at it. And so I don't know if I need
You're okay
future
with that?
information there. And then the last one was around the capacity at middle and high schools, thinking about our capital improvement plan. And it's really less of maybe a growing together question, or combined with growing together and our operations team of what are we thinking about when it comes to if we need new middle schools or new high schools or expanded capacity in those areas. So it was a complex question that's in a different presentation later, but as we're thinking about these expansions, it makes me think about these students will be middle schoolers not too far down the line. And so what are our plans for that?
Thank you for that clarification. Would you, once Ms. Chavez is completed with her motion, form those in the form of a motion so we have consensus that the board is interested holistically in all that information?
Sure.
Ms. Chavez,
Just-
you're,
Was there a second for your motion? No. I second that, although I will say that I'm still myself kind of wondering how we're doing this, and I hope we talk about it more at our retreat. I said that to Ms. Carter Otten today. I think board members can request data individually anytime because it's public information and we kind of have access to data just like anybody else would. But anyway, I would definitely second that and just keep us rolling. Sorry.
thank you, Ms. Byer, for that commentary. The terms of the superintendent contract says individual board members can't ask for data. For individual data that's not already accessible, so we're trying to get a consensus. I don't think anybody wants to withhold data or anything that anybody wants to know about. We're just trying to make sure that the full board wants to advise administration to do that.
Yeah, I look forward to it, to further conversation. Thank you.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Byer to request the ISP data that will come out in April, as well as enrollment numbers for the dual language immersion programs.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, say nay. It passes unanimously. Ms. Umstead, did you have a motion?
Sure, I think I'm gonna do 3 separate ones so we can
Okay.
get real clear, hopefully. Let me know if I'm not clear. I would move that we have a future presentation on the Exceptional Children's Pre-K program in Durham Public Schools.
I would second, although I would ask with a friendly amendment whether it should be kind of the EC and pre-K, because I think we impacted both of those. Would that be a friendly amendment that you would welcome?
I would accept that friendly amendment. So I'll make my motion one more time. I would move that we ask the administration to bring a follow-up presentation on our Exceptional Children's Pre-K program, as well as our pre-K program, with a focus on the impacts of growing together. Or growing together impact.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Byer to for a future presentation on EC pre-K and ECP programs as impacted by growing together.
Wait, I heard 2 different things. I thought when you restated the motion, I thought the amendment was, sorry, let me back up. I thought the amendment was to talk about, have a presentation on EC pre-K in, as well as EC programs in general. And then when you restated the motion, it was about EC pre-K and pre-K.
I thought it was about pre-K. I apologize if I misunderstood that.
So I've been, as we're thinking up here and asking great questions, I've been thinking that we made major changes to EC, not just EC pre-K. So I thought of one thing as pre-K, one thing as EC, but I think there's whatever Ms. Umstead wants, I would second it. I just, yeah, I look forward to like seeing the impacts of these changes, and we haven't seen that data pulled out.
So for clarity, we're asking for a future presentation on EC pre-K and EC programming that's been impacted by Growing Together. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All of. Have a
Aye. Although
question?
my motion did include pre-K though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mhm.
So it was EC, pre-K, and now EC programs that are in elementary schools. So it's three
Mhm.
pieces now.
Mhm.
That's what we're asking for. But that, I think you listed off two.
Oh, I apologize.
Just,
That's an error on my part.
all right, just want to make sure we're all clear.
Yep. So that passes unanimously. Second motion.
I apologize. I'm ready. The second would be a motion to have a future presentation, which may be a part of our budget presentation, about the fiscal implications of growing together.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to have a future presentation of fiscal implications of growing together. Is there any further discussion?
I just wanna, I'll wait to be called.
Ms. Chavez and then Mr. Tab.
I just wanna be clear what that means. Is that mostly seeing how we would like, pay for things that are right now being paid out of Mackenzie Scott money, or like staffing, fiscal, issues, or other fiscal
I
issues?
imagine there's staffing and other fiscal implications around curriculum, around other resources and materials. So I would like to see kind of a whole picture. I think I talked about in my comments earlier, it might be a multi-year situation too, but how are we thinking about absorbing the budget implications on this?
I think the transportation efficiency would be a part of that. So the state reimburses the district on transportation, certain standards on transportation. And if we're not meeting the mark to become more efficient, how that is impacting. Because we want to become more efficient. We'll also have those new energy buses, green buses that could help, but I don't know.
I think we're talking about the budget conversation will be starting this January. For me, I'm looking more on, and I don't know how transportation fits in that bucket per se. I feel like transportation's in a separate line item, bucket item, budget conversation, but I'm looking more around local budget, especially local budget impacts around staffing, around materials, around curriculum, and what we're using grant funds for, that we need to now absorb into our budget. I think transportation is a different.
So you wouldn't include fuel costs?
I would not.
Okay. Okay then.
That's not what
fuel
I'm looking
costs.
for, but
Because that's not what Ms. Umstead's looking for. That's fine. That's okay.
there's a collective here, so if other.
No, it's okay. Mr. Dab?
The way the question was asked, it sounded like a big ask for the administration if we're not totally clear on what they're supposed to present. So I would ask for a little more clarity to making sure they definitely understand exactly what we're asking for. Because it seems like it could be, what could not be. I would just make it more clear.
I'm happy to make it more clear if
Thank
I
you.
can, and I welcome questions to help with this clarity.
Thank you.
So I know that we use grant funding for implementation of growing together. And I know I don't some of that's curriculum, some of that might be positions, I'm not sure.
Training,
Professional development. And so how are we considering when those grant funds sunset, what are the implications on our budget for the district? And so it might be a multi-year, we don't see any implications for the 24-25 year because we have enough grant money, but for 25-26, we might need X amount of dollars to continue this program. And for 26-27, because said grant might sunset, we will need X amount of dollars to be prepared to fully implement all of our Growing Together programming. See some head nods. I don't know. I mean, I look to you, Dr. Lewis, and staff, if there's additional clarity.
The clarity for me and what it appears, definitely would want to know more. What it appears is that most of the requests are tied to Growing Together. So would it make sense to have a Growing Together report, including all of this?
So, I mean, I think I'm open to whatever feels appropriate for you all. So yeah.
That makes sense around April
does.
or the May time when we get the data to include all of this in one presentation? Unless there's
Unless
the
budget
board-
stuff that you need earlier. than
Earlier,
that.
yeah.
Right, unless you need to put it in this year's budget.
Mr. Tab.
Thank you. Is it possible then, could we just review it before the presentation? Therefore, we can, if there's something missing that we specifically wanted, we can give you input on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
We can go ahead and put that on the calendar, begin planning what the presentation would look like and share that well before to ensure that all things were covered in that presentation.
That'll work. Thank
And
you.
then due to the length, it may be a part 1 and part 2.
Okay, the motion, yeah. Are you amending your motion, Ms. Umstead, or you just want to reserve it to fiscal implication?
What would you like my amendment to be?
Don't,
Do
I don't have a recommendation.
Do I need an amendment?
No, you don't?
Okay. Well, then I'll leave my motion in.
Okay. So future presentation of fiscal implications for Growing Together. We're in discussion on, and
Second.
it's been moved by, yeah, Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Byer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Was there one more item you wanted to add? Or do you?
There is.
Go ahead.
In the future, I will come prepared with these and clear motions. The last one is a motion for a presentation on the capital improvement plans for middle and high school in Durham. I'll just try to keep it simple.
So I will second with some discussion that I believe when we talked in operations that there will be forthcoming in the spring, winter, the results of is that what your memory is, Ms. Chavez? The results of what am I calling it? It's not the CIP, it's something.
The
facilities assessment.
Yes, that is coming soon. And so we're all anticipating that. I wonder if that will be part of that or if that is something separate. But, right, we're all excited about it.
I'm okay then for waiting for the results of the facilities assessment because that typically leads to the development of the capital improvement plan, which would include our middle and high school assessments. So I'm okay with waiting on that. I would draw my motion.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Thanks, colleagues. Is there another motion necessary?
I think I covered all of mine. Did you have something else? Did I miss, Jessica? Okay. I could have.
Thanks, everybody. Um, the next item on our agenda is board training and consultation services.
Good evening, Board Chair Rogers, board members, Dr. Lewis, and the PowerPoint is already up. So there was some request from board members to prepare an RFP regarding board training. We did solicit that RFP, and next slide, please, and gathered the results and the submissions from the firms that you see listed. For transparency, there was some issues with the email that firms were supposed to send them to, so we did, and some inconsistency in the due dates on there, but we were flexible, and everyone who did submit was reviewed. And next slide, please. The two firms that were ultimately deemed to be finalists are listed: Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, and Effective School Boards. And with that, I am happy to turn it over to the board for the board's discussion on any next steps or further discussion regarding the firms submitting for the RFP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni, for that update. On our agenda, on September 12th, 2024, we unanimously approved the request for proposals for board training. The purpose of the request was to invite proposals for the selection of an individual or a firm to assist the Durham Public Schools Board of Education in governance that supports our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. To this end, the board sought proposals from experienced and qualified firms specializing in training public governing boards, commissions, and other bodies on building skills, structures, and systems for the strong governance, healthy communication, and related issues. We accepted proposals until October 15th. That was the deadline for individuals and firms to apply. My question, colleagues, right now is, do we continue to affirm this desire for the purpose of this RFP? And then we can talk about what actions were taken after October 15th, once we determine that we are still indeed interested in getting such governance support. Mr. Tab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In full transparency, can we talk about the cost for these RFPs?
We can, but if the board is not does not continue to be interested in moving forward with the governance training, regardless of if we're not interested in doing that work, there's no point in discussing the price. And so I guess I wonder if we're still interested in moving forward with this RFP at all.
And just my discussion with the board would be, is that a driving factor or whether or not we would be still interested based on the cost? Thank you.
I think that's up to the board.
Right. Well, that's for discussion, so I just put it out there. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez?
Simple answer is yes. Yes, I'm still interested in doing this training. I think it would be helpful for the same reasons I think I stated in August when we discussed.
Okay. Is there a majority of the board? How do we have consensus that we want to move into a discussion on this? Ms. Byer?
So we have a retreat scheduled. That is November 21st. And I had heard that there was facilitator coming to work at that session. And I wondered if we might table this discussion until after that, if we are interested in proceeding at that time, but I'm really looking forward to that all-day intensive time that we have together with a facilitator at that time, and thought we might revisit this after that if necessary.
Does anybody have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion until after after our board retreat in November.
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer to table this conversation to after the board retreat. All those in favor? I'm sorry, is there any further discussion? Ms. Chavez?
I like this idea, and I also think it gives us a chance, to your point, to discuss our board budget, because that, I believe, is what we're going to also discuss during that retreat. So that'll give us or at least I've requested that we discuss that. But I hope that will help us also to see what we might have available, for, the board does have a budget, but what we might have available for this kind of resource.
Any other discussion? All right. It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer. All those in favor of tabling the RFP for governance and board training until after the board retreat, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Ms. Umstead?
Just a quick question. Will we kind of communicate with the firms that we're in, I guess, holding? Like, we might circle back in November? Is that how we would communicate that with the groups?
We're going to communicate that however is desired by the board.
Okay.
So is there a motion to do something? Somebody to take action? Who do you want to do that?
I mean, I do think we should send some type of communication to all the firms that have applied. I think there's a question of, there was a top 2 that rose to the top of the list. Are we sending them, making a decision after November and telling the other firms, thank you, but we will no longer consider? Or will we just send to everyone, thank you all for your applications. The board will reconsider this early December, really, probably, right?
That's up to the board, but yes, Mr. Dab.
This seems like this procedure would have already been in place. This is not the first time we've done an RFP, so what is the procedure before when someone rises to the top? I'm sure that there's a way somebody contacts them and let them know that we're going to table it or we'll get back with them. So I'm new to the board, so it seems like this would have already occurred at some point and there would be some process in place. The end.
I am happy to do whatever my colleagues would wish to happen in this instance. I can't speak to what has historically happened. Ms. Carter Otten.
I am interested in just letting all of the applicants know that we've tabled this for the time being and that we plan to revisit it around December, and I can make a motion to that. Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we notify all applicants to the RFP process that we have decided as a board to table this process for now and this discussion, and we will plan to revisit it in December of this year.
Second? Just friendly amendment to modify, to authorize the board chair to make that communication on our behalf. That'd be awesome.
Accepted.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer to notify all applicants, the board chair to notify all applicants that we have tabled this governance training until December. And with that, is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. It passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the salary schedule clarification and salary update.
And good evening, Chair Rogers, Dr. Lewis, members of the board. If you could pull up the PowerPoint, please. I just want to state that myself and Dr. Elvira Lassane and Ms. Sierra Ojijo will be collaborating and presenting the clarifications as are provided in the PowerPoint. So if you recall at the, I believe it was the last meeting, after public comment and some emails and a conversation, we did kind of atypically, I did share, some of the things that were happening, and at that point, the board did instruct us to come back with an update and some clarifications regarding some of the concerns around the salary study. Next slide, please. And what we're going to discuss from kind of 10,000 feet is the September 19th, next slide, please, board meeting. And even though it feels like it's been a long time, if we think about it, it really has been barely over a month and a week since the board did take action on the salary study and the various schedules. And there was a lot of history over the last several months regarding kind of where we were with the salaries in Durham Public School. But on September 19th, a consultant, Erie Success, did present multiple schedules and have multiple compensation conversations with the board after, I believe, approximately maybe 14, 15 days that that company and that consultant had to create schedules and attempt to kind of figure out where we were in Durham and where we were going to land before a deadline of September 20th. Part of that, the primary purpose and primary work that Erie Success did was on classified scales, for the reason that classified scales are wholly owned by local schools and local LEAs. And so that is where most of her work did occur. And as we did discuss, I believe, perhaps even at that meeting on the 19th, and in subsequent meetings, we have discussed the fact that the certified scales, I believe she started work on those, the meeting was on Thursday, perhaps Wednesday morning. It was indicated that there was some need for her to do some work regarding certified salaries. Next slide, please. It has, I think, as I just said, the board typically has adopted, and this is true for most boards across the state, adopted classified schedules in detail. However, the majority of boards, Durham being one of the exceptions, simply provides a link for certified salaries for the state and then provides their own local supplements if they are offering local supplements for certified staff. Based on, previous slide, please. Thank you. Based on my review of the meeting transcripts and the video, the board adopted classified schedules and adopted and approved local supplements to the certified scales. What has been made clear, and I think I mentioned this the last time, is that Erie Success was erroneously told to do a 3% increase. Well, they were told to do a 3% increase on the salaries, but that only applied to classified, and it appears that that was erroneously done with certified scales. When the state issues raises to certified staff, the state automatically embeds those in the certified scales that are what other districts just link to. Because of Durham's historical practice of cutting and pasting those scales and adding them to local supplements, that provided the opportunity for the errors and the confusion to occur around what the certified scales were. But the board did not approve necessarily the certified schedules that Erie Success had put up. What they approved and what the motion was to approve the local supplements. The Durham Public Schools Board has never approved certified, the actual certified scales, because those are done by the state, and those raises for teachers and certified staff are automatically embedded in those. The board also, on the 19th, approved supplements for master's pay, classroom teachers, and other supplements for specified groups. Next slide, please. If you will recall, I believe Erie Success did indicate and share with the board and the community that even from the time period that the initial salaries were posted and the PowerPoint from Erie Success was posted, that there were multiple emails indicating errors and that needed to be corrected in those scales. And I believe that Ms. Price did indicate that, being transparent, which we had not, just kind of, this process had always kind of been done in the back, but being transparent with it and operating at the speed with which she was having to operate, that errors were to be expected and that the board and community could expect that there would be corrections made as errors and technical errors and other errors and miscalculations were located. We have, as of right now, posted scales online that after multiple meetings with HR and finance and Erie Success and review of multiple emails indicating that certain things did not appear to be correct and being double checked, posted the scales online. What I will say to the community and the board is that we would need to, and I think that to be transparent, to clarify the approved that's stated on those scales. I think that it needs to be, and administration is working through this, as to what the best statement would be for what it is that the board approved without kind of including full minutes and motions on those scales, or simply just removing the approved by date or making it a footnote. So I do think that there's some space for that that would alleviate some confusion around what exactly the board did approve on the 19th. Next slide, please. Next slide. And just to be, I would invite Dr. Lassane or Ms. Ojijo to jump in at any point, but I wanted to kind of give the overview and then individually we could respond to questions. What we did, the changes that the changes that you see now on the classified scales, if you recall, Ms. Price provided a whole long, like multiple columns with multiple various bits of information on the classified scales. Other than any maybe miscalculation or technical error, there were no edits made to the classified scales other than to hide the midpoint piece and the 3% piece, because the board did decide that it wanted to start with the minimum in the classified scales that Ms. Price had provided. So we did attempt to simplify the schedules from what Ms. Price had initially presented, but did not, the information is still there, it's just hidden. Next slide, please. It has come to our attention that there is concern around how long this is taking. As when I began this presentation, it's been a month and maybe 6 days, right? It's a lot of work. And as I believe Mr. Geraldo said, and I wrote this down, he said, it looks like it's easy, but it's not. There's a lot of work that has to be done. And we have worked late into the evening, all of us working on the weekends. We understand the urgency and how important it is to get people's pay right. And they are justified in their anger and their frustration 100%. But I do want to be, it would be unfair of me not to really call out the work that has been done in HR and in finance with those teams. And not just me, Ms. Ojijo and Dr. Lassane, but multiple people that are really too many to name what they have done. They've had to start over multiple times, even on payroll, because we found out something was wrong. And so it's just been, it's been a lot of work, and we are not there yet. And so I do want to be transparent about that. We are still working on it. The master's pay, I think you saw our employee of the month, the licensure specialist, that's what he's been working on that, hundreds of calculations, hundreds of transcripts, hundreds of degrees that he's looking at to make sure and determine if people qualify for master's pay. And I mean, I'm just calling him out, but there's multiple people that are doing that, and the payroll techs that have to go through and make sure that they've got all of the different lines and sources of salary correct. And it just takes a long time. Two things I do want to say is that what we did last in September, the reason we were even able to get it done from the 19th through the payroll on the 30th is because we paid the historic salaries on September 20th or maybe 25th. So that had already been paid July and August, right? And really longer than that because we didn't change anything from March of 2024. And then we went through and calculated the retros, which there were, some things that had to be fixed on retros as well. But this October payroll and kind of implementing fully everyone's pay from the new schedules and the Crutchfield reclassifications in October. This is the first month that we are doing that. And so we've kind of been running those up and running, trying to run models of this because what we don't want, if we can avoid it, we can't avoid all errors, but if we can avoid it, what we don't want is worst case scenario is to underpay somebody, right? That's the worst case scenario. But we also want to be transparent with our staff that if it does turn out that you also don't want to overpay anyone, but if we did, we would have to recoup that money and we don't want to do that. And so because of that, it has been a lot of triangulation and a lot of detailed work trying to get a full list of everyone and to be accurate and to regrade all of them. And the biggest piece of that being the reclassified folks, which is the majority of our classified staff that were working in Durham prior to September 19th that would have been under the kind of Crutchfield model. That doesn't fit easily into those schedules. So they have to be, each one of those has to be hand reviewed and looked at by several people and then placed into the payroll matrix. And that does take a lot of time. And then once that's done, finance then calculates what that salary is. And then you kind of look at it again to make sure that there's not some perhaps Excel error or calculation error or formula error where a person's supposed to be getting maybe $4,000 and a simple misplacement of a comma or a period jumps them to like $19,000, right? And so we want to make sure that that's what we are doing. Next slide, please. There's also, and I know that we have been tasked with sharing exactly how the $8.8 million that the county allotted for the salary increases has been spent. Because we are still in the process of reconciling the DPS accounts and Fund 2, and with our newish software that we have not been able to, with fidelity, provide you with that information. But we are, once the audit is finalized, or we're at least in a better position with reconciliation, we will certainly come back with details on exactly how the funding from the county is being spent. But it is just kind of what Ms. Ojijo had shared is that the 11% that the board gave in March was not budgeted, right? And so that money had to come from somewhere. And what we have now done, and that 11% continued plus the 3%. So we believe at this point, just ballparking, and again, we don't have the details, but have certainly exceeded the 8.8 million that was provided. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are our next steps? I think probably the first one is, again, just to acknowledge that this was not ideal, and that I understand, and Dr. Lassane and Ms. Ojijo and certainly understand. And we do want to say that other than us three, certainly no one, the payroll team, the HR team, any of the teams they've done nothing but really give blood, sweat, and tears on this. And so I do want to recognize them again and just ask people to understand that they really have done, any mistakes that they may have made have been honestly just human error when you're working under just extreme conditions of trying to get something that generally people take several months to do done in a matter of weeks. So what we are proposing as next steps is to sunset the compensation study email. I think it just kind of having that, just wanting to kind of give more accountability to this, to these. And so the compensation study email was kind of dependent on different people going into it and then responding, and some people assuming, oh, well, that's that person's area, so I'm sure they'll respond, and vice versa. So we want to sunset that. And I understand the frustration with having to resubmit it again. But, you know, I believe it's been several months that people have emailed that, because the compensation study email was created with, back, I believe, in January, February. And so it's just been, we're coming up on a year that email has been there and has just not been responded to in the way that, and it's just not been possible to respond to it. And so what we are working on is a Google form that allows you, it assigns it to a person, and then that person would be then kind of the owner of that. But then all of us would be able to go in and see who's working on it. We'd be able to have data analytics in the Google form to monitor how long this person's email's been in there, how long it took for them to get a response, and then make adjustments as needed in those responses. We have had the availability of one-on-one meetings, an Outlook calendar, or I guess like maybe a schedule, or kind of an open schedule. We just want to reinforce that and make it more public so that people know that if they do desire a one-on-one meeting with the HR or finance team members, that that's available. So just lifting that back up and making it more public in the event that kind of their questions require a little more than an email response or a Google response. With regard to job descriptions, some of that is taking place as we've looked at having to move people from the old numerical grades into the NC, MH, and other updated grades. So just really doing a complete review of job descriptions to make sure that people are at the right, where they need to be based on the work that they are doing. And lastly, continue work drafting the salary administration policy and accompanying regulations. The team met this past Tuesday. I believe we are very close to bringing that, but we've added a couple of members to our team. One of them is normally here and speaks, and was not, just because what we want to make sure is that that it doesn't appear, and it's not the case, that we kind of pick people friendly to administration to sit there in these meetings with us and just say, not that Ms. Clem is unfriendly to us, that's not what I'm saying, but we want people there that will challenge us and make sure that what we are doing around this salary administration is reflective of how people have been experiencing the work of central office with regard to their pay. Next slide, please. And I think really just kind of in closing, would just invite the board, and again, the community especially, y'all have heard the presentation. We'll have that Google form, once it's approved by Dr. Lewis, up in the next couple of days, and we'll sunset the compensation study. But just want staff to recognize that, if there's an issue or you see something, please reach out to us so that we can make those corrections. And we are trying to stay on top of, the emails that, when you send them to the board, if they get forwarded to us, we obviously try to stay on top of them. But we think that this switch from kind of one source of reaching out to people and giving it to individuals will increase the accountability and the responsiveness to the concerns that staff have around their salaries. And it is our hope that after we get through October, we will have everything in place and have kind of a master process so that payroll isn't having to do just the heavy lift that they've had to do these past couple of weeks with regard to switching over and implementing the full salaries for the 24-25 year. So, happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. As a board member and coming in on July 1, this has been ongoing for quite a while, and I am extremely frustrated with how long this has taken to get the salaries correct. So I'm going to just ask, in transparency, the straight question. Other than patience, what do you need from this board?
I know the board has provided what administration needs. It just takes time, and that's really it. And generally, salary studies and salary implementation is done over the several months. And because of kind of some delays and some I was gonna leave it at that. Because of some delays kind of over the summer and not really knowing kind of where, what we were, how how a previous consultant had kind of constructed the salaries, we weren't able to kind of backwards map that. So Erie Success had to start over when they came in. And once the board adopted it, it's really only been since the 19th, right? That we have been kind of given the tools to kind of make the cake, right? We got all the ingredients and the approval from the board on the supplements and the schedules since September 19th. So what happened in the past, there were just delays, and I really can't speak to what happened prior to kind of September. I think probably September 9th is when I started working with the team in Erie Success. And so it really isn't anything that the board has not provided, but it's just going to take some time.
Okay, so the feeling for some out there is that we are starting the process over again. I don't know how true that is, and if we're starting some things over again with the forms of them having to fill out things all over again, well, that is kind of like starting over in a sense. My concern, and I share this with Dr. Lewis, is that as we keep moving on, we're trying to bring in teachers, we're trying to retain people, and we're gonna get closer to when we start doing career fairs or job fairs, and people are not sure about what their salaries are going to be, if things are still some uncertainty there, that concerns me. And so the urgency of getting this over with and done with is very important because it can have some other long-lasting effects when we're trying to retain and when we're trying to recruit. And so that is my concern, and I shared that, openly with the board members as well. But I wanted the public to also understand that we are working hard, but I think that the frustration that I'm having is that if we need more tools to get it accomplished, then let's get those tools in place so that we can get it done. And that's why I'm asking you, is there anything else that we need to do? Thank you.
Ms. Meyer?
So, appreciate everyone that has worked on this complex issue. Appreciate all the people that are working extra hours on what is incredibly complex. Want to acknowledge that for folks that have written in and not gotten response, that's not acceptable. Want to acknowledge that I want to understand legally what we need to do since these schedules that are back up on our website say that they were approved on 9/19. You made some reference to that, Ms. Giovanni, but we know these have been adjusted in ways that was to correct errors. So do we need to vote these again tonight, and are you confident that what is now posted is accurate? Our employees deserve each step that we make to be with transparency and clarity, and I want to hear from you all kind of what you're thinking will move us forward as we acknowledge that there were errors in those, not intentional, but I don't know the answer, but I hope that there's some clarity that y'all can share with us as we help try to give more transparency to our staff. And I guess I'm still not understanding numbers of people that we have on the comptroller scales. Yes, I mean, and how many are on these new ones and how we're putting them together. But that's a different question. My main nagging at me is that there were mistakes in them. We're acknowledging that here. So do we need to revote these and tonight?
So based on my review of the board meeting, the board did not vote to approve certified schedules, as you have never voted to approve certified schedules. You voted to approve the local supplement. And it was stated at the meeting that it would be expected that, given the, I don't know what she maybe had 36 hours to try to figure this out before the board meeting, that there would be some errors in clerical or technical that did need to be completed. What I will say is that the approved on 919 does need to be clarified as to what it is that the board did and did not approve with regard to the schedules. As a further step, what my suggestion would be, for example, discovered earlier this week that the sub bus driver hourly rate was not, it was left off of the schedules. So what it would, my proposal would be that anytime there's any type of correction, that it be provided on there, the date that the correction was made and what that correction was. So people would realize that when they're looking at something, like if it changed, like what those changes might be. That would be the proposal that we would suggest.
Can I ask Mr. Malone on our behalf, is that also your recommendation of what covers this board and our liability?
So the board has to set salaries. So to the extent that the schedules that were approved are not what the administration intends to use going forward, I do think that the board should ultimately approve the schedules that are going to be implemented. I don't know that that has to happen tonight, but I do think that you need to approve the exact schedules that are ultimately going to be implemented by the administration going forward.
Ms. Sid.
I don't know if you're finished, Ms. Byer. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question on that. But if I hear Mr. Malone correctly, that means when staff may find errors or a schedule that wasn't included, that needs to come back before the board so that the board can approve. So let's say substitute bus drivers, I think you said was not in there and now needs to be added, and that scale would need to come back to the full board till we could vote on it.
I do want to clarify one point.
Okay.
I guess we need to clarify whether we're talking about certified schedules or classified schedules. I think that as it relates to certified schedules, it sounds like you have historically not approved those, you just approve a supplement. So if that is the case, then I don't believe there's an issue with the supplements that were approved on that day. So on the certified side, I don't know that the board needs to do anything else, but on the classified side, if there are errors there, then I do think those would need to come back to the board at some point to be approved by the board, because you would set the salaries. Now, as part of some future motion, if you want to give the superintendent permission to make small tweaks with errors or something, I mean, that could be part of a motion, but unless you do that, then I think they would arguably have to come back to the board every time there was some change to the schedule, because the board is the only party authorized to set those compensation schedules.
I have this certified one up right now. It just is a spreadsheet, a Google form, a spreadsheet, and it says approved 9/19/24. Are you saying that if we said supplements, local supplement approved, that might clarify it enough that that covers the certified errors or misperceptions?
It sounds to me that on the certified side, that what happens in Durham is that you take, and then everywhere, you take the state schedule and you add some supplement to it. And that you've approved the supplement, and then what ought to appear is whatever the state schedule is on the website, with no real need for the board to approve the schedule. You're just approving the supplement.
Yeah. I think from communications with staff that I've shared with Dr. Lewis and you, Dr. Giovanni, and the board chair and vice chair, there were some typos, there were some mistakes, and then there were some lack of clarity about who received master's pay. There were just lots of pieces of this that continued to confuse our staff, and rightfully so. And so any clarity I think that we can provide, I think is helpful. And I stand ready to do that if there's things that need to be done by this board. Yeah.
Colleagues, before I chime in with my questions. Ms. Chavez?
So, um, I think it'd be helpful to be able to see the schedules as we approve them, and then with the changes, like the track changes or, whatever was changed, corrected, like in new schedules. And also, I know that we had talked about making them PDFs, because I see there's still Google Docs. So I guess one question I have is what happened to that idea, and I would still like us to do that, because then we know and other people know they have a date on them. They haven't been modified since that date. Yeah.
So that was, if you recall, the way that happened, like I wasn't on the agenda. There was just a lot of emails and a lot of discontent. And so something I've never done before, right, is kind of lift up and just be like, to the extent that a staff member can take a point of personal privilege, that's kind of what I did. And so I wasn't on the agenda, and it was just a kind of a very, just trying to, give, let staff know that, we heard them. And so I'm saying all that to say is that I believe Mr. Tab had suggested PDFs, and Ms. Umstead had indicated she wanted it to stay as Google, and we didn't really clarify it. And so because of that, I was kind of, I would need guidance from this board as to if the board wants it to stay kind of in the Google versions, or if the board wants it to be in PDF. And so that would be a board decision.
I will say and maybe I'll make a motion in a moment here. I would like them to be PDF so that they're more stable. And so that's one thing. I'm just gonna say all my questions and comments, and then I think there might be some motions for us to make. But I do want to say that I like that you're going to use a Google form and look at the
Ms.
data
Chavez?
analytics.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
So there's been a request to close that conversation.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I will make a motion that we put all of our compensation schedules on our website as PDFs with a date that they were approved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Mr. Tab, to put the salary schedules on a PDF with the date that they were approved. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Umstead?
Yeah, I think I would really like a recommendation from staff on this one. I think these salary schedules are complex. I'm looking at, there's multiple sheets inside of one sheet. And so I think I would really like staff to wrestle with maybe PDF or Google form sheets, and bring us a recommendation back based on what you all need to be able to do. I think when I talked about the Google sheets previously, it was just that we need to make sure that they are view only and that they are static, that they don't change. But I think what the issue was previously was things were changing and people were seeing those changes, and we should not have that. So I don't want to get into the administration's work. I think what makes the most sense for you all as you're trying to make something clear and concise, I want to give y'all the leeway to do that. So I would love for y'all to just come back with a recommendation. That's just my preference.
Well, and my only question on your motion was, you said that you wanted a PDF with a date, and I'm not even clear what date that would be, because They do all say the 19th. And we're still wrestling with that, so I don't even know that. I don't know. That's why I don't support that motion right now.
I do think we need to well, if I can.
Go ahead, Ms.
after that.
Chavez.
We can also talk about the date thing, but we need to figure that out. There should be dates on all of these documents, in my opinion. And so I think we need to figure out if we're asking for you all to bring something else, that we approve with the changes and all of that. But at some point, there need to be approval dates on these, as they are now, but in a more static form. So that's my response about that.
Ms. Carter Iden.
I'd like to add also, not just that it was approved, but what was approved. As you noted, in some cases, we're not approving the salary schedule, we're approving a supplement, for example. So I think if we can be very explicit about not only the date, but exactly what was approved in that date, I think that would be helpful for our staff and us.
It's been moved. Is there any further discussion? There's a motion on the floor. Sorry. So the motion on the floor is for the salary schedules as approved on 9/19 to be posted as a PDF. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no.
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 No. So the board is not in agreement at this time for administration to post the salary schedules at a PDF. It's for 4-2.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How do we want administration to do this? Okay, Ms. Chavez. I'm sorry. Dr. Lewis.
I was just gonna say, I think we've received direction from the board in terms of just ensuring that they are static, whether it's PDF or a locked view only Google sheet. I think that's enough direction for me. But obviously I work at the pleasure of the board. If that's not enough direction, if you want more, let me know.
Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to continue with my other thoughts and questions.
You're fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Chavez.
Oh, that's okay. Now we've resolved that. No PDFs. All right. So, so I was saying, yeah, I am glad we're going to be able to look at the data analytics so we can evaluate how long it's taking. And I'm glad that someone will be assigned to each person, as we heard today and have heard via email. People are not getting responses in it at all sometimes, or timely. And they feel disrespected about that, despite the number of hours that you all are putting in. I want to also just put out there, and I'm sure you all discuss this, but I think it's important to keep a notion about customer service. Thinking of this as customer service, we're going to lose our people if they feel disrespected. They're not getting a response about their pay for 2 months. And the board has received numerous emails from the same people. So that's just people who, felt that they needed to contact the board, but I know there are other people who didn't make that choice. So I really want us to think about how we serve our people in that way. And I also, coming back to the Google form and what I hope we'll be looking at going forward, I'm also thinking about the idea of working smarter, not harder, but smarter. I mean, we're already working hard, but creating those efficiencies, creating those processes that are going to make us able to truly address all of the issues that are arising. And my hope is that in
in a month, we won't be receiving any of these emails because people won't have these concerns, not because they're so tired of emailing about them. I wanted to ask when you expect that Google form to be up so that people can know when it would change from the compensation study email to a form where they'd be assigned somebody.
Oh, so we are going to have Ms. Ojijo and I have a draft, and we are going to have a cabinet meeting tomorrow, a special called cabinet meeting tomorrow to get it approved because Dr. Lewis did not want it to linger. And so that would be, as soon as that's approved, my suggestion is that we go ahead and launch it, sunset compensation study tomorrow at 5. Dr. Lewis, I guess we'll see what cabinet says, but that way we can maybe have the weekend to kind of get some feedback because technology is technology. And then on Monday, kind of assess it. But that would be my suggestion because people, especially after this meeting, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of folks saying, and I don't want them to feel like they have to keep emailing the board, right, or the compensation study email. So it would be with Dr. Lewis's approval and after cabinet reviews it, because this is so important. Like, I think that's one of the things that, Dr. Lewis doesn't want it to be just me and Ms. Ojijo, right? Everybody, like cabinet needs to look at it and make sure that it's reflective of what their departments have said. And so we're going to do that tomorrow. And so I would anticipate the Google Doc going live. I think Ms. Ojijo is a fairly simple process. Okay, thank you. Okay. And so I think it's pretty easy to get it on the website, and then we'd work with IT to sunset, the compensation email so that, and again, I'm not an IT expert, even though I did oversee IT for a while, is that we can, when that people, if they type that email in, it could then the auto reply would say, this email has been sunset, please go to the Google form and something along those lines. And we can, Dr. King, he's actually volunteered to help us make those Google Docs static. So that's why you saw me talking with him to confirm that he was still willing to help us out with that. And we'd already looked at doing it, but since we didn't have board guidance, we didn't pull the trigger on what to do on that. But that being said, with Dr. Lewis's approval, by 5 o'clock tomorrow, we would sunset it and launch the Google Doc.
Okay, thank you so much for that timeline. I'm glad it'll be a collaborative process of finalizing that tool. And then I wanted to also just clarify and make sure I understand that the error with the 3% for certified staff is that it was added to supplement and base salary rather than just base salary.
So adding the 3% to the 20, and Ms. Price would have to be here. I don't know exactly what she did. I haven't backwards mapped the map, but what she expressed to me is that, and again, this was all, I don't want to keep, beating a dead horse or making excuses, but it was extremely rapid, like this process. And so when she got the instructions to add 3% to the 22 or 23, 24 salaries, she did that with the certified, like that Wednesday morning. And so what happens with that is that, again, it's not right. It's not correct as to what people are supposed to be paid because you may, underpay, overpay a couple of folks, but you also may be underpaying people, right? And so, and it's just inaccurate. Like you never adopt the certified scale. So I don't really, without her being here, I'd hate to say exactly what, because I just don't know, exactly what she did. So, but I do know that what she shared with me as the error was adding the 3% to certified, the certified scales, and that's just not done.
If I can clarify for that just a little bit, there are different salary increases for different categories of certified employees. And so what ended up happening with some of the scales is because there was this 3% out there, 3% was added to scales that may have had a different variance in the passage of legislation for what that increase should have been. So that meant that caused a disconnect between what the state salary scale said this person should be paid at this level in this step versus when the 3% was added to our scales, it was a different amount for state pay. I hope that clarified a little bit.
Yes, that does. Thank you. Okay, my last comments are just that I hope that as we're continuing to think about compensation, one, I think we need to even out the master's pay and revisit that, and then also talk about OTs and PTs being left off of different supplements and what we're gonna do with those positions in the future. Those are my final comments. Thanks.
Ms. Carter Otten?
I just want, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. And then I just have a few questions. Well, I wanted to follow up on the issue of when people are noticing that their salary that was posted decreased from September 19th to now. We've received a number of communications with concerns about that. What happened there? And not the certified that you were just talking about, because that makes sense to me, the classified. And then we did vote during that meeting that folks should receive the higher, although I was just trying to reference the meeting minutes and I don't see them and I'm wondering where they are. So that's another related question.
The minutes will be approved, presented for approval November 7th.
Okay, thank you. So we could look at what the motions were and what we talked about.
So without looking at an individual employee, what I can say is the ones that I saw is those were mistakes, right? Like that was, because the board said that if you, between the new schedules and the Crutchfield, the higher employees were to get that higher amount. I think I know with, I've worked on, an email was forwarded to me from an occupational therapist a couple of days ago, I believe, Ms. Pryor, I think you forwarded me that. And that person, which is one of the reasons that, Durham is amazing, because they didn't just advocate for themselves, right? Like they were like, all of my OT and PT colleagues are experiencing this, and so what we did, and Mr. Barfield has worked with them to make sure that he corrected the mistakes of where they were, their lower salaries being corrected onto that new scale. And so, again, it is when you're trying to kind of work through, the reclassification of people, and you want to make sure that like a year one, I think what they were saying to us is that like year one, OTPTs were making more than people with like 7, 8 years because we had not correctly, gotten their salaries correct. We did it with nurses because we saw that was an issue with nurses based on an email. And so those are being corrected. It's not a lot of solace, right? When, in September, your check wasn't right, but I do want to make it clear that we are going to make it right and we are working on it. And to your point, Mr. Tab, Dr. Lewis has made it clear, the urgency that we are to drop everything and this is what we do and focus on until we get it right. And so I do believe that we are close. I thank you all for for the offer for additional support, but we are close, but it has been a very short time span. And we do understand that when your check isn't right, you're rightfully very angry, right? I mean, it's very frustrating and it's not acceptable. I've said that and I don't, and we are going to make it right. So I think Ms. Carter Otten, kind of to your point that we are correcting those. I ask people to, when the board gets them, forward them to us and, we can even kind of go through and add them to, like from this point, if for whatever reason, people aren't comfortable kind of with the Google form, I hope they are, because that's the best way to kind of get that response. But it's not like we're not going to ignore emails. Like, if somebody sends an email to me, I'm not going to be like, oh, that's a Google form. They should have submitted it to Google form. I will respond to them. But the quicker way for them to get that response and to make sure that people are held accountable for that is to use that Google form. But I do recognize that some people aren't is tech savvy. And so I want to make sure that our staff that are listening or know that whatever, if you need that one-on-one meeting, whatever it is that you need, to Ms. Chavez's point, that that customer service piece is, that's where we are at this point. We understand that customer service, and we will meet people where they are and make sure that their salaries are correct, because we want them to stay, and we want them to understand that, you know, the mistakes that we made, we are very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great segue to my next question, which is, and I'm sorry if this has been mentioned. How long should folks expect to wait now for a response to the Google form? Like, what's a reasonable time frame for folks?
So, Dr. Lewis, do you want?
24 to 48 hours. Expect a response. And then the good thing about this Google form is it time stamps when the email goes in there. So as we think about more accountability and transparency, accountability on us and transparency, that was important to us to come up with a way that we can hold ourselves accountable, but most importantly, be responsive to our staff.
Thank you so much. That's excellent. And my last question is, I know you mentioned that you are making progress, and I really appreciate the work on 7502 and the incorporating other voices into that work also. That's exciting. Are we thinking like the November 21st board meeting, or maybe the December work session, or just to kind of help us know what to expect? We will not hold you to this as like, we're not taking a vote on this one.
I think that there is great progress. I also want to allow time for the new committee members to be able to provide us a response. So we will set a timeline for that December work session, if that is acceptable. Or wait a minute, there's only one meeting in December. Let's, can we shoot for the November?
So I think we could bring it for a first reading at the December meeting, right? I think it's just a board meeting. And then that gives people over the holiday to sit with it, give us that feedback, you know? I mean, because it's a hefty policy. I mean, it's right now, it's multiple pages. And so I think that's probably ideal, actually, Dr. Hussain, because then we could come back in January. And a salary this important, I'm anticipating possibly 3 reads on this, right? Give people time to sit with it. We come back for a second read, get some more feedback from the board, and then bring it for the January board meeting, potentially for adoption. But I'm saying all that with all due respect to deferring to Dr. Lewis and the board. But
That sounds great. I look forward to that salary administration policy. Thank you so much.
Thumbs
Thank you, Dr. Giovanni and team, for all your work on this, for the updates. It's greatly appreciated. I appreciate y'all, I really do. I think it is a little frustrating, though. I echo some of what Mr. Tabb said, that we're here. I have a list of questions. With this Google form and the sunsetting of the compensation study email, how will people know to find the form? Like, how will we communicate with folks that that this other email is sunsetting and that the form is a way to communicate concerns?
so this the same way we communicated the compensation study email, like people just kind of switch that out. I think Dr. Hussain's team spearheaded that, and it was, you know, cast fully, and I think everybody in the district was aware of it. So we would use that same, we would tap into, contact Ms. Cooper as well to make sure that when, you know, we utilize her outreach efforts to her, the OPA as well. So, and each cabinet member would be also tasked with making sure that their direct reports tell their direct reports. Like a, you know, like a, that's how we generally make sure it's something, especially something that's important. We want to make sure that everybody is aware of it. So
We also have the, to Dr. Giovanni's point, we have drafted a Spark mail that would go out to all staff members that includes this, as well as the other avenues that Dr. Giovanni has mentioned. So that Spark mail would have the introduction to the form included, as well as additional information related to expectations for October pay.
Just wanted to add to make sure that people are not confused that they've already done the form and they don't think that they don't have to do it because they've already done it. So we just want to be clear in the communications that this is this is what they need to do now. Okay, thank you.
So, wait, so you're saying that anybody that's emailed, they're having to start over again? You all can't move their stuff over and put it in the Google form for them?
I think that the way that the Google form is set up, it is very detailed, and certain people, they may have multiple questions involved in that. So by the time we did that, that would kind of contradict like us actually being able to move forward with people's questions. I think, and again, it goes back to, I mean, it's like maybe 8 or 9 months of that. And so I think that's the communication that we're going to send out, is that, um, you know, the Google form is the best way for you to get the response to your, I think, Dr. Lewis, you're gonna.
Yeah, thank you. The problem we're trying to solve is staff emailing this email address and not hearing anything, right? And staff emailing individuals and not hearing anything. And so the problem we're trying to solve is making sure that they're able to get a response as quickly as possible. So we're not asking people, those people that are already emailed and have contacted us, we'll continue, we either have resolved those or continue to work through those. These are for new and ongoing, hopefully won't have too many ongoing, but these are for existing issues as relates to compensation.
So I'm hearing two different things, and maybe I'm the only one. That you will continue to work through the people that have emailed and address Google form people? Is that the plan, or?
So, Dr. I think this email launched, the compensation study email launched in, when, Dr. Lutz saying, like January of 2024. And there's probably, I don't even know, like, what I would suggest perhaps just is that we do like a reply all to everybody that sent them and indicate that, due to the volume, the compensation study email is being sunset, and asking them to then respond through the Google form to what their concerns were to these particular people. Like, it's laid out, like, I think there's 6 or 7, different issues, and then like other HR issues, other finance issues, and then contact folks that you can reach out to. So that would really be the best way to do it. I mean, it's just really hard to kind of go back and, through, I wish that it had happened. I wish that people had gotten the responses in a timely way, but there are people that have waited, probably since January and have not gotten the response, and maybe have just gotten frustrated. But we can do the compensation study. We can do like a, I believe we can, I don't know, Ms. Malone, I think it's her last day is tomorrow, but hopefully, the IT team, I'm pretty sure they can, is just do a response to them that's stating that, we understand your frustration at not having gotten a response, but going forward, in order to hold staff accountable, Dr. Lewis has implemented this Google form, and then this is the best way for you to get your questions answered. And that, it does hold us accountable, because right now, it's just in a vacuum, and, I can't undo that. But, I mean, I don't know what else that we can do. I don't know.
I appreciate that kind of plan to roll it out. I think I would ask, I think I always ask this. We can also send it by text to some of our folks. Dr. was saying you knew. What I was gonna say about text to folks who don't always have laptops and access to email. I do think having a automatic reply for people who might email compensation study later, so they know where to go with the Google form. I am a little concerned about people who emailed multiple times, like our public comment today, and haven't had a response, and now are being asked to go to a Google form. So I don't know if there's a way to look before even sunsetting that compensation email to just directly respond to some of the people who have been sitting there for a long time, right? Without any type of response. I think that feels, the customer service is vital. And I think clarity is the most important thing we can provide. So being really clear in that communication, this form is where you need to send your information to, I think will be really helpful. And even if it's also on our website under the employment stuff, so it's another place that people can go, or the pay portal. When I go in to look at my stub, I know I can click right here, it's gonna take me to the form if I have questions. So I think as many places as possible so that people know where to find it, I think will be really important. In your comments, Dr. Giovanni, you said that and then please correct me if I heard this wrong. You said the 11% wasn't in the budget that we approved. And can you tell me more about that?
So in March of 2024, when the board approved, it hadn't been budgeted, is what I'm saying. And so in order to cover, and I would, Ms. Ojijo's the finance officer expert, so I'm just parroting what she has shared with me with regard to, because I've asked her multiple times, you know, like, I want to make sure that we are using all of the money that was allotted for salaries, you know, because I've heard, you know, I've heard the murmurings of people that, you know, we were only using part of that money and that we were using, you know, part of it for something else. And so kind of what she did share is that the cost of the 11% from March to June, we had to use other money that was budgeted because it wasn't in the budget, right? We hadn't budgeted for that amount. And so when we are at July 1, we kept the 11%, right? Like the board kept this 11% and then added the 3%. And so that was budgeted, right? We did ask for that amount. So it was just an informational statement of how the budget works and then making sure that people understand that the money, that we weren't holding any money back from providing people with these salary increases.
I'm rewinding I'm sorry.
Let, let me ask
I think Ms. Ojijo has something that she wants to share. Sorry.
I think we may have gotten things a little bit entangled as we're going through different iterations of things. I know one of the things that we talked about, if you look at the approved budget from last year, $1.5 million was allocated from fund balance in the prior year. So that was allocated to cover, whether it be the Hill study, the 11% or whatever we settled on, that was funds that had been allocated from fund balance. So those are funds that when we submitted for the next year to cover the salary increases, we had to account for that 1.5 that was coming out of fund balance because you can't do that recurring. So when it's often said it wasn't budgeted, it was in the budget, but it was under fund balance, which is not something that's ongoing. So it's almost how you look at it. Yes, it's budgeted, but from a source that was a one-time use source. So that has to be incorporated in our future budgets as a part of it.
So what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that of the $8.8 million that was allocated for this fiscal year, 1.5 of that is to cover the 11% pay increase to continue to be continued and renewed for this fiscal year.
I'll say the fiscal year 24 salary increases, and the 11% was part of that.
And then the additional 3%.
So I think, no, the 8 point, because I know that when we were doing the rough numbers, the 8.8 that the county designated for the 11%, the continued 11% plus the 3% plus the Crutchfield reclassifications, as based on our rough numbers, has been spent for that. And so what I was saying is, because of the commentary that people did not think that we were going to spend that entire 8.8 on the salary increases, that is not the case. What Ms. Ojijo is talking about is the fund balance part that was used from last year that was allotted to cover the salary increases. That's non-recurring from fund balance. So we can't go back. We can't keep going back to fund balance for them. But if you recall, these are all kind of just 25,000 feet conversations. We recognize that the board and the public want to see that detail of how that money was spent. And we, because of the reconciliation issues, have not been able to do that. But our rough estimation of this is that 8.8 million was allotted, and will be allotted to be spent on the salary increases for the 24-25 fiscal year.
So without knowing exactly how they were allocated and distributed, our initial estimate was that the increases for fiscal year 25 were going to be in the ballpark of about $7 million. So it was like 6.8 million, just based on the data set that we had. So with the 1.5 million that we knew was from fund balance in the prior year, we asked the county for the 8.8 because that covered all the salary increases to that point. But those are rough estimates, not knowing exactly who they go to and how they're distributed.
Ms. Sunset, and then Ms. Byer.
Sorry. Just want to make sure I'm really clear. I was under the understanding that the 1.5 million that we reallocated from fund balance was to cover pay that had been given to folks that we did not want them to repay. And that the 11%, when I'm thinking about ending of the fiscal year, and I could be wrong, so please correct me here. The 11%, I'm thinking about, we had enough money left in the salaries line item for the 23-24 fiscal year that we could cover the 11%. So I hadn't even gotten to the 8.8 yet. That's the part that I was maybe confused by. So then when we end this year, 23-24, when we were ready for 24-25, that all of that had been included in our budget ask.
Yeah, that
That
was
make-
my understanding as well, and that we specifically, this board came to finance and said, what is the maximal amount we can give our folks and still stay within our budget? And so I look forward to the audit being complete. I look forward to the detailed financial modeling that I know you all want to bring us. And I look forward to knowing how many people are we actually giving master's pay to? Are we needing to go in the hole 1 million or 2 million more than we thought? What are we doing, and how many people with the EC and the ESL? So we need that data like sooner rather than later. I am starting to lose more sleep than I've lost all year because I am very, 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 very concerned. And I know you are, Ms. Ortijo, so I'm not. But that was where we got the 11% was with your assistance on that, not ever assuming that we weren't modeling that correctly going forward to the
No,
county.
absolutely. But the initial budget that was approved in December had that 1.5 allocated out of fund balance. The initial, before we even had,
all of the
yes, the situation that occurred in winter. So as part of the base fundamental budget of FY24, there was 1.5 million coming out of fund balance. So we did go back into fund balance to ensure that the employees didn't have to repay when we converted from the Hill study to the 11%. So the 11% did stay within the budget that we had, but the budget that we had required us to take 1.5 million out of fund balance from the initial beginning of it. So it's not a separate dip into its fund balance. It was existing, it was already there. It was there in the winter when the initial budget was created. Mhm. So with that, so we're still addressing it, and it's not addition to it. We just maybe had forgotten about it because so much has occurred, but we still had to address that 1.5 million.
And that was included, like you said earlier, in the 8.8. So we are within budget. Okay, that was not clear to me, so I appreciate us having this conversation to clarify that. Because that's really important that we stay within our budget and really clear about where the funds are coming from. I know that I'm curious if there's a timeline on, and I apologize if you said this and I missed it, when we might have clarity on the costing for this year. I'm trying to look back to the slide. I know y'all are still working with auditors in the process of reconciling. Final costs will be available when the audit is finalized. Do we have any timeline for that?
So we do have a timeline. We're working on it. I will say that the current conversion of the salaries has kind of paused that. Everyone that was working on those reconciliations and audits have kind of rediverted their attention over to it. And I also do want to clarify, when you said we're within budget, we are within budget for the 5,037 full-time equivalents or FTEs that's in the budget. That does not account if the district goes over that 5,037 employees that's in the budget. So my comments are for within that pool, but if we exceed that pool, that's a different budget ask.
Which I'm assuming we're not exceeding that pool. I don't know who to look for that, but I hope that we're not exceeding that, the pool of the number of employees that we have budgeted for.
Oh, can I ask a follow-up to that? Are we budgeting for just people who are in employ right now and not the vacancies? Was that our request?
So we met today, is maybe about a month ago, started having conversations around position control. And so we met today with, it was about maybe 5 of us talking about that. And so to answer the question is, and Dr. King and I kind of gave the edict to everybody that no vacancies should be posted or filled unless there was money budgeted for that. So that's what position control is. So
So-
I'm sorry.
Dr. Giovanni, thank you. When we made our budget request to the county commissioners, did we budget for current staff only? That particular number, or all of the positions that we had hoped to fill this fall?
Okay, so
Who calculated what the request was gonna be?
I believe that was the interim superintendent that worked with, I was not involved in those conversations back then, but, so I would defer to, I'm not sure who was there, but I know that the interim superintendent led that work on the budget talks.
Okay, and you were getting ready to tell us what we're gonna budget for in the future, or what is happening for the vacancies right now, or continue, sorry.
Yeah, so we are doing the audit on all of the positions and working through that while simultaneously, and obviously, as Ms. Ojijo indicated, kind of the bandwidth and focusing on the salaries has limited some of that work. But we are working through the audit of all of the positions on the pay assignment table and making sure that all of those positions are covered within the budget, and looking at various vacancies and making sure that if there is a vacancy, that it has been budgeted for. And so those conversations, as I indicated today, I think this was our second meeting today, but we are aware of that and making sure, because we do understand our obligation to stay within budget with positions, which is why we are now focusing our attention on the position control.
Did y'all have any more questions?
I do. I think it's still not clear to me though, what our budget for last year was budgeted on. And that clarity would just be helpful.
We budgeted on 5,037 employees. My understanding and history with budgets is that that would include our currently employed employees as well as the vacancies. Those two numbers together would add up to the 5,037 that we have listed in the budget.
5,037
currently. So that is what's budgeted.
How many employees do we have right now?
We actually were discussing that today. We will provide a position count after we close out this payroll. That number fluctuates. And so we had some good discussion and some good forecast in our conversation today, but we will know more after this payroll closes out.
I'm supposed to say, okay. Um, is there a report that can be run that can show us last month's payroll? The position count for last month?
I
Like
will
how-
say that as of midday today, the budget director and I found 5,104 employees.
All full-time?
Those are all the FTEs together, full-time, part-time. So there's probably more bodies than that, but when you look at people that are employed half-time or 75%, we're at 5,104 currently. There could be that some of them are pending inactivation and maybe we haven't gotten that, but as of today, that is the count and it was verified.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead and Ms. Byer.
Thank you for that clarification. Sounds like we have some work to do in that department, although I understand that number can fluctuate as people are going in and out on a very consistent basis. So that I'm looking forward to maybe having an update on that too as y'all close out this year. I think the other question, and I know this is complicated, but we're living in two salary schedules really right now, right? The folks who were here before September 19th, right? We're all placed on the comptroller schedule and then everyone else is placed on a new schedule. For everyone that is prior to the 19th, the board made a motion to make sure they had the higher of the two options. So as we are navigating folks who are saying they're getting paid too less or that, are we making sure that we're looking back at what the comptroller schedule was to make sure that they're getting the higher of the two options? Is that happening?
That's what's taking so much time is
okay.
because that requires an individual review. I mean, there's no, you got to go and look and check multiple pieces of data to ensure that that is happening.
And I think maybe this is my last kind of thought, comment, piece of feedback. It felt like we left the spring, when we left in May, June, kind of knowing what the next steps were in this process. And then when it felt like everything restarted in September, which is that quickness that you're speaking to, Dr. Giovanni. And I think I just want us to reflect on how we got to that point. We don't need to do this now, but I think this is an exercise maybe for administration on how you got to that point, the quickness that we needed, which also led to more of the errors, right? Like, was that the right move? We might agree yes or no, but I just feel like it created more mistrust and frustration in a way that I don't know helps us in our end goals, right? And so that decision, I know we needed to make things, there was time crunches, but I just want us to be reflective on why, what were the pros, what were the cons, what did we learn from that in the future? I'm like, anytime we do a salary schedule, we need to chunk and do smaller groups is what my own reflection is. Maybe not do classified and certified at the same time, right? How do we make sure we have the capacity and the tools for the work that we need to do? Because I think that also is leading to some of this challenge, and our employees deserve for it to be so clear, so crystal clear, that they can go to the website, they can hear what we're saying, they could read an email, they can look at some, here's how your pay was calculated things, so that it's so clear. And we have less, lots of communication with people who are upset about things being wrong. And so we need to get to that goal. We got a lot of work to do to get there, but we also got to figure out how we do better processes and decision making, so we're not putting ourselves in this position. We've been here before. We shouldn't keep being here.
I would piggyback and sort of respond to what Ms. Umstead said. I see you, Ms. Byer, and I'll come to you. But some of my own self-reflection is that perhaps the board needs to stay in the board lane and administration stays in administration lane. I think we, well-intended, hired a comptroller to do some work for the district that should have been and had more oversight from administration. The board is not set up to have systems and processes to supervise the work of more than just the superintendent. Um, and if we're attentive, I should have been more attentive to the work that we were asking the comptroller to do as part of that contract. And known that we, as visionaries and policy change agents, shouldn't be overseeing the development of compensation schedules in the way that we were expecting to happen with the comptroller. I do appreciate all the hard work that has gone into this work, but wish we had some more documentation to go along with the work that had been done at that time.
Yeah, I think it's important though to note, the comptroller worked hand in hand with the interim superintendent. And they worked together to bring us all the salary schedules and recommendations. Like that is how that happened. So I just want us to also be clear around the work that happened to get there, and there were shifts made and changes made and personnel changes made, and I think that's okay. But I just want us to be reflecting on like, how did that work? How didn't that work? What might be do differently in that process?
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to do. So that's what I was offering to this space. I think about the work product that I think we were expecting from the comptroller, and I don't know that I have any evidence. I don't know if other colleagues have evidence of that work, substantial work, what the actual schedules look like in reference to Erie's, if there's something we could put side by side, if that exists. I have no idea. Would love to know, but we may never know. Ms. Byer.
No, I just, we can reflect backwards as much as we want. I have memory that, and communications from the interim superintendent that the comptroller was working hand in hand with our interim CFO and with our interim CFO's mentor, and they were all working furiously together and again, multiple hours. So I do think this board employed and contracted with the comptroller, but I think the superintendent actually had authority and responsibility for that work. And I'm interested in knowing, as payroll is running this week, tomorrow, today, sometime, if you all have any estimates of a percentage of our folks that should have their concerns addressed and are happy with the accuracy and any percentage, or do you have any knowledge of what folks are still lingering concerns?
October's a really tight timeline. I mean, we have had to roll back the payroll. It opened up this morning and we're processing a payroll that we typically do in 2.5 weeks in about 3 business days this month. So we are doing the best we can to make sure that we are correcting any of the outstanding retros that are there. But the new salary grades and hand keying in the additional salary to get them to the Carrie Crutchfield or the previous salary projection tool amount has just taken time, and it's one person by one. We received a file from my counterpart, Ms. Dr. Lassane, this morning with about 138 more people. Our team, HR, we're still working very diligent to go through them to identify any misclassifications between some of the positions that weren't addressed because some of the titles are unique. But I don't anticipate any additional issues, but I can say that we may be slower than we had hoped at correcting those just because the focus is trying to get October out. And I don't think we've ever as a district had to process a payroll in this short of a timeline. So we hope that we haven't opened ourselves up to additional challenges that we didn't anticipate.
Oh, I appreciate you and your team and the extra time that you all continue to put into these really complicated, very individualized decisions and work. Do you all think there's any communication that would be helpful to share with staff, or
I do see patterns with the upload. I don't know what file was sent this morning, but I do we see some trends and are working directly with the payroll techs to get those addressed. And so we have had active communication going back and forth between HR and payroll to address issues as they are working on them.
And I know, I believe we held back 85% of departmental budgets. I mean, we held back 15% and released 85%. And we still have some travel freeze that we, out of state is frozen, sort of. Are there other fiscal controls that you all think that we need to make quickly? Are you still evaluating those kind of decisions together?
Yeah, I think we would obviously defer to Dr. Lewis on those, but we are, you are correct that except for capital, that has been, I believe, I was told earlier this week that the Fund 4 was completely released so that we could fix roofs and those types of things. But other than that, there is that hope, but defer to Dr. Lewis on.
I just want to say if there's other controls that you all need to bring, we stand ready to back you up. And it's helpful to be able to answer folks when they have a 0.5 position that they think we just have money to fill, to say, we wish we did. We don't know still, and we're still not able to model. And is that fair? Does that help you all if we're the bad guys in that? Kind of a rhetorical question. So do you know, do we have a count for master's pay, folks?
Yes, give me one quick second and I'll come right back with that.
While you're looking that up, can somebody speak to who is responsible for reviewing the job descriptions? And what prompts the review of a job description?
So kind of some of what we've heard and seen is that there are, I don't know, I don't really can't estimate, but there are people whose salaries were or were not adjusted without a review of their job descriptions. And I believe, Dr. Lewis, you had authorized kind of the creation of like the salary review, and we were maybe talking about kind of putting that together maybe with the salary policy group, and those are still kind of moving target. We just haven't given, again, just there's only so much bandwidth, and so, but that is something that Dr. Lewis had, we just follow his lead on that. I don't know if I answered your question. I feel like I didn't, but I'm feeling good about that. I feel good about not talking anymore, so.
Oops, sorry. I think how will employees know if their job is one that's being reviewed or not?
So I would say that once the task force / working group is formed and we finish with the salary administration policy, right? I think all of those things go together.
Perfect. So it's gonna take some time. Okay, so you're gonna bring us the policy, we'll see the policy, and then there will be conversations about reviews and adjustments. Got it. Thank you. Mrs. Byer?
So I was just seeing if there was a number on master's pay, but also just with whether we're within budget on those, any of those other supplements, or whether we are seeing that we are beyond budget, if you all have had a chance to even look at that yet. Sorry, you can share it with us later
Yeah, I
as
think
well. I
it's
don't
better
want
to
to put you,
defer.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I just, it's been one of my concerns as we, want to be generous and want to say yes to everyone and reflect on the great work that all of our staff are doing. And it is just beyond, I think, in many places beyond the budget that we requested from the county.
As we stated with master's pay, that there was a moving target that would be difficult for us to project, but we're probably sitting somewhere around 350 for master's pay. There are some duplicates in there, I know. but you're probably sitting somewhere around 350.
Did you have a follow-up, Ms. Byer?
No, my memories, we budgeted for 200. Yeah.
And just to give you a calculation on it, at 10% of their salary, if we average about 78,000 is what the state's using to do budgeting on teacher salaries. So 10% of that. So we're looking at 7,800 plus benefits. So in the ballpark of 9 or 10,000 per employee addition. So for every additional employee in that range, depending on if they're a beginning teacher or a veteran.
Thank you all for this conversation, Ms. Byer.
Sorry, so there's, there's nothing, no motion that would be helpful to you all tonight. You're gonna bring something back up to our work session that you think about correcting these dates? Is that? I'm still unclear. I'm wanting to be helpful, not.
So I'm glad you asked the question for clarity, because what my understanding was is that, I think it was Ms. Carter Otten, is that we needed to be explicit about what was approved. And so instead of just saying approved 919, would say local supplement approved on 919. That's what I heard. And then the other things that classified was approved on 919.
Yeah, so any changes that you made, any errors that you found, any tweaks that you made, can you bring that so that we can officially have approved correctly what is posted on our site for our employees? And I mean, they have screenshots, right? They have the receipts.
Yeah, we definitely can bring that back at a future meeting and include what's different about the schedule.
Yeah, I think Ms. Chavez asked for track. I don't know if it's possible to go back and do track changes, but that kind of, so we can see it side by side.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. This isn't for action. The next item on the agenda, if we're ready to move on, the next item on the agenda is the change order report for information. And then closed session. Mr. Tabb,
Are you saying we're ready for closed session?
I'm ready for a motion for closed session.
Well, I just wanted to
Are we-
say,
Are we doing the change order report?
that's what we're asking.
Oh, okay.
It's just for information. I don't think anybody's presenting it.
We have to approve it. Sorry?
No, it's
No.
just for information.
Got it. Thank you. I'm getting loopy. Sorry.
All good.
Well, let's cheer everybody up. Happy homecoming to North Carolina Central University. Eagle Pride. I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Tabb, seconded by Ms. Byer, that we go into closed session. Is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez has stepped away. All those in favor to go into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously 5-0 to go into closed session.